Okay, I'll call to order the November 8th, 2016 meeting of the Plaza County Board of Supervisors, and Supervisor Montgomery will lead us in a flag salute.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now our clerk will read the meeting procedures.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November 8th, 2016. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. However, please note that the board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be open for public comments before final action is taken. When you speak, clearly state your name for the record, and be aware there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Keep in mind that the chairman has a discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is our consent agenda. This is a list of many items that are intended to be considered under one motion, but any of my colleagues wish to pull one, or someone from the public would like us to discuss one individually, please come forward and we'd be happy to accommodate that.
Good morning. Michael Garabedian would like to take off the consent calendar item 15B1C and item 19F1. 15B1C and 19F1. Thank you.
Thank you. Get those written down. I kept them. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda item. Consent agenda lists the two items that were just requested. Roll call, please.
Duran?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Montgomery?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. And so now we'll take up these two items individually. The first one is 15B1C, which is Director of Planning pay adjustment. So who's going to present that? Staff.
Let me just say that in accordance with our Chapter 3 of the County Code, unclassified employee salary increases are brought to this board for its confirmation. So it's my recommendation that we approve the step increase for the individual identified in that item.
Okay. And Michael, did you have some comments?
Yes, Michael Garabedian, speaking as an individual, I live in Rockland. We have no problem, no question about the action you're about to take. There have been so many changes in the planning department, it's very hard for me, and I think probably many members of the public, maybe even yourselves, to keep up with the new staff and changes. So the question about, this is an opportunity taken to understand, the individual here is the Deputy Planning Director. Now, is there a Planning Director also?
Yeah, there is. So we just have a new planning director that recently assumed that position. But I think maybe the smart thing would be if you'd contact me if you'd like, and we could give you some organizational chart details as it relates to the community resource development agency, and tell you how that works and who's in what position, so you could better access and use those resources.
Very good. I've seen an older organization chart.
Okay,
This would be a good idea.
A new one.
Thank you.
Good, you bet, Michael.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And the other one I missed was 19F. Thank you. 19F, which is Truckee River Trail, Martis Valley Trail, congestion mitigation, air quality funding. Who's going to present this? Peter.
Hi, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Peter Kratz here with Department of Public Works and Facilities. This item relates to essentially moving money between two very important projects up in Lake Tahoe area of Placer County. Truckee River Trail and Martis Valley Trail, they're both high priority trail projects that our department is moving on. The issue before you, or the request before you, is really to be strategic about the monies available for both projects. The Mars Valley Trail is further along in the planning process. It has its CEQA approved. This money that we're talking about moving is called congestion mitigation and air quality funding. It's federal money. And if we kept it with the Truckee River Trail is not as far along. And so it's strategic to put the federal money on the trail project that's further along. We can get our NEPA document for the Mars Valley Trail project and use transient occupancy tax dollars for the Truckee River Trail project. It's not as far along. We need more flexible dollars on the front end of those, on the planning stages of that particular project. So really it's again, being strategic about how we use those funds. They're both high priority projects, and if you have any questions, I can look to answer them.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions? I see none. Thank you.
Robert, I'd just like to sort of back up what Peter's saying in terms of just some strategic planning for moving forward both these projects. We're fairly well along. We've done some construction already on the Martis Valley Trail. This will, on portions of the Martis Valley Trail, this will allow us to move that project forward to create that resort triangle connectivity that we've been trying to create for non-motorized vehicles. And so I very strongly support this action and hope that the rest of the board does as well.
Thanks, Jen. In fact, one thing that might simplify it, what I heard is that by doing this, actually we'll be able to deliver both projects as quickly as possible.
I would agree, yes.
Thanks, good. Michael, did you have some comments?
Thank you. That fleshes out a little bit what's in the staff report and answers questions. The only remaining question is does this have a budgetary impact on freeing up money or something to that effect? Are there any budgetary effects?
Just, I think, the ones that were discussed, and that we can keep both projects going more quickly because one is better prepared to receive these monies as compared to the other one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will open up public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind that we can take no action.
Good morning. My name is Paula Amory, and I'm privileged to have a studio at the Carnegie Library, which is within walking distance of these domes. The local farmers are my friends, they feed me, and I paint what they grow. I'm fortunate to be joining the 77 artists throughout our county opening our studios to the public this coming weekend. Please join us on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday from 10 to 5 to experience the talent of the many artists who have chosen to exhibit in this tour, Placer County. My fellow artists are excited to demonstrate how they produce their art, share their personal stories with the public, and what inspires them to be an artist and to create. I suggest that you start at the Gomez Center. There's a show there that has a sample of each artist's work, copy of the guides, which look like this, and the map are available on the table out at the door entrance. And thank you, and know that Placer Arts greatly appreciates your support.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lindgren. I came here today thinking I was going to give you a whole spiel on why the shelter needs to be closed. The only words that could come to thought were assault, drugs, drug trafficking, rapes, home invasions, gunshots, drunks, and even deaths. When I say these words out loud, I think to myself, I must be in a big city, but only to realize I'm in North Auburn, less than a block and a half away from the shelter. These problems were not here when I moved here 4 years ago. Some of you have asked for a resolution to our problem now. I think to myself, we have the opportunity, and a decision was made to make it a wet shelter against the community's plead. Now our community is dealing with assault, drugs, drug trafficking, rapes, home invasions, gunshots, drunks, and even death. As you plan for your meeting on November 22nd, I ask that you take into consideration what I have just shared with you. Not only has the community asked for your support in the rezoning to keep the shelter away from schools and neighborhoods, but it has now been recommended by the North Auburn MAC Board and the Planning Commission. I plead to you, and I thank you for your time. Please join me in my mission to make Auburn safe again.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
My name is Pam Solem, and I'm a little nervous. I am here today to go on record on behalf of myself and some of the other residents in our southwest Placer County community on the Locust Road closure. I know that it has been brought to your attentions that this closure has severely affected the community. From the time the community was sent the first postcard about the road closure on August 22nd that stated we could contact Stephanie Holloway for further information, the board has been flooded with questions and concerns on the decisions to close Locust. My husband and I were given the phone numbers to Jack Duran, Supervisor District 1, and Christina Rivera, District Director of Jack Duran. When talking to Stephanie and Christina, I was told that they were surprised by the number of calls and emails and had no idea that there would be so much opposition to the road closure. The community surrounding Locust Elwyn was sent a second postcard on September 2nd, stating that there would be a meeting on September 14th to provide information on the permanent Locust Road closure. Was this scheduled because of all the opposition? The September 14th meeting had so many of the surrounding communities show up that it ended up being crowded and standing room only. There were people there from both sides, both for and against. This is how the community should have come together before the closure. We all agree that there was a big problem with the commuter traffic from Roseville traveling through our community, but closing a road that cuts off the people of the Southwest Placer community to their schools, post office, religious services, and local shops should not have been the answer. Some of the Sacramento County residents use Locust Elwyn to go to work, run errands, and go to appointments in Roseville. Both Placer and Sacramento residents have been affected by the decisions of the few residents on Locust and Elwyn, and that did not want people on their road. The MAC did not get the consensus of the community before voting on this issue and creating their recommendations to close Locust Road to send to the Board of Supervisors. I would like to request that the subject of the reopening of Locust Road be added to a future agenda for future discussion with the Board of Supervisors and the MAC. We are very concerned about emergency vehicles coming into our area. It takes 20 minutes before this closure. Now it's 20 minutes plus Sac Metro Fire says it takes them 3 minutes to open the gate. So I really would appreciate you thinking over of letting us have a discussion and putting this on your agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Betsy Bender. I'm off Dry Creek, and I am here also to speak about the shelter and just to make sure that it's at the top of your mind when you enter the building on the 22nd and make some very important decisions for our community. We appreciate the fact that it is turned dry since coming before you previously. However, the issues appear to even continue to grow. There continues to be fights in the shelter, outside the shelter, and through our community. We're seeing even more transients, more aggressive transients. We're seeing people drive in from outside of the area for panhandling with children. Why they're not in school, we don't know. But we are continuing to attract folks that are not from Auburn and that we would prefer not be on our streets. I personally experienced a passed out individual right in front of, well, on Outwood, but right in front of Auburn Elementary School when it was being excused for the day. I don't know if the individual was just taking a leisurely nap or if he was passed out on drugs or what. We are seeing the POP officers needing to respond to at least as many, if not more, drug-related, assault-related types of activities that we are obviously very concerned about. So, we ask that we actually close the shelter and not have it be in Auburn. You've heard that, from 100 of us before, but I couldn't let, this meeting go by without mentioning that and having that be, very in the front of your mind. The children are exposed. We can't take our children out, in public like we used to. People are still being assaulted. Thieves are, taking purses, attacking people, etc. So, take a look. You'll see, I think, on the 22nd, some more hard data that's been presented to you before regarding real estate values, rentals, people not being able to even sell their house for what they paid for it in the very close proximity of the shelter. And so, again, just please can keep that on the top of your mind when you vote for what's best for Auburn. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. State your name for the record.
Morning, Douglas Kiles. I'm here regarding a cell phone tower issue that is placed on my neighbor's property within 100 feet of where I plan on building my future retirement home. Property I purchased back in the late 80s, anticipating growth coming to this area. So I'm asking that Placer County dip into your general fund and move that cell phone tower. With research I've done, they say a minimum is 300 feet for the radiation fallout. It is this piece of property. I only have one premium building spot, which overlooks the coastal mountain range. That cell phone tower is 120 feet from where my future building site. My neighbors known that. Why you guys were not brought into this conversation as far as building locations and whatever, that I'm not aware of, or why it didn't happen. I've done a lot of research, like I said, from American Cancer Society. You guys should probably look it up yourself. The radiation from those cell phone towers does a lot of body damage from what I've gathered. So, like I said, I'm asking that you guys dip into your general fund along with maybe Mr. Dean Kramer and move that cell phone tower, please. Like I say, I bought that property in the late 80s. I've sat on it all these years waiting for this moment. I'm retiring out in about 4 more years. What am I going to do with a piece of land now that's, I feel, is deemed, I don't know if it's worthless, but it's been, the property value has been diminished greatly. So, other issues, it's intrusive to my view, and it's noisy. My neighbor was, I'm assuming he was cutting some firewood. I could hear the fans. I believe they're cooling fans from the, must be the circuit board or whatever. I could hear him running over his chainsaw. Now this will be right in my backyard. So.
What's your address?
33465 Christmas Tree Lane, Alta.
Okay.
I don't live there currently.
Right. No, it's okay.
I grew up in
Go with the
Newcastle,
site.
been here all my life in Newcastle.
Yep.
But I purchased that property in '88, anticipating the growth.
Right.
And Mr. Kyles, thank you. I know we've been trying to get
We
you in
have.
front of this board for a
I've been
while.
working out of town.
Yeah,
so-
I appreciate you making the time in your very busy schedule to come. We did have a conversation about this. Supervisor Wygant and I have both had some similar complaints from others in our districts that we represent, and I think we're going to be having a conversation about, at a minimum, how to have a much better, more publicly inclusive process in the future so that neighbors are noticed when cell towers do come forward as a proposal.
Well, that would be nice. I was told I had 10 days to dispute this.
Mm-hmm.
How do you dispute something you don't know? It's not even brought to your attention
Right.
until about 4 months later,
Yeah.
when I just happened to be up there and wham, there it is.
Yeah, and I think, rather, we can't take this up now, but if perhaps you could set up a meeting with Supervisor Montgomery,
Okay.
I'd be willing to attend.
Okay,
We could discuss it more intelligently and thoroughly.
sure.
You bet. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Hi, I'm Bruce Greco, and I've been living in this neighborhood on the edge of the Plaza Vineyards development right here for about 22 years. Our neighborhood is about 50 years old, at least. This is the Plaza Vineyards development. We are requesting a more gradual decrease in housing density along our borders with the new development in order to prevent conflict with the different types of land use. So we're looking for a more gradual decrease in housing density here. Most of us are on 5-acre lots, while the new development around us is specified as 4 to 5 houses per acre. None of the county's policies in regard to providing a gradual decrease in housing density were applied back in 2007. My favorite policy from the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan is, quote, discourage the subdivision of property into parcels less than 2.3 acres in size if the property seeking entitlements abuts designated agricultural parcels like my neighborhood. The Placer County Equine Management Regulations state that horses shall be no less than 100 feet from any residence, swimming pool, outdoor spa, or patio or deck of neighbors. We have many horses in my neighborhood. The majority of the open space buffers are specified in the Placer Vineyards specific plan as just 36 feet. So that creates a situation where each of my neighborhood's 23 border lots will violate the equine regulations with 11 new residential housing lots. So this is our typical house in my neighborhood on 5 acres along the border, the 36-foot open space buffer in green. That's the most common buffer specified of the Plaza Vineyards specific plan. The red represents the new house lots. This is the size, this is the scale that it will be in order to get that 100-foot distance to comply with the Placer County Equine Management Regulations. You can see the stars represent how deeply into 11 different new house lots that the violation will occur. Both the general plan and the community plan specify that all measures taken to avoid conflict between property that has agricultural designation, like us, and the new residential development must occur within a new residential development. What we are asking for is a row of 25 2.3-acre homes along our border with the new development here. 25 2.3-acre homes would cover that border. Then you'd have the new street, then a row of 90 1-acre homes after that. So you can still do all of your 14,132 homes, but 125 of them would just be on larger lots. Can I speak for another half a minute?
No, I think actually these kinds of things should be taken up in a different setting anyway. I'd recommend you call your supervisor and set up a meeting with them. We can't craft planning issues like that in a setting like this, but appreciate your comments.
Robert,
Yep.
just for the record, we have directed Mr. Greco to our planning department. I believe it's the planning department's observance that at this time, this is not the appropriate time to take this up because there isn't a land plan coming before the board specific to that particular area,
Okay.
and that it would be more appropriate to take this up and deal with this when there is a land plan that comes in. So,
Okay. So I'd recommend keeping in touch with your supervisor, who can direct you when to make these comments and allow us the opportunity to infuse these things at the appropriate time when it actually fits.
When the issue comes up, we're the last place to be developed. It's been said that along our border will be the last place to be developed, and what we are requesting is a transfer of housing units.
Now, I understand the request.
And it can't happen.
We're not tooled
for
up in
things.
public comment to actually sink our teeth into detailed planning issues, particularly one that's been in the planning process for 13 years. But certainly we'd be happy to hear your concerns at the appropriate time, but we have a busy agenda today, and this is not the time or setting for that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. How many more people want to speak under public comment? Okay, I'll take these last two, and then we're going to discontinue until the end of the meeting. Sorry, Ellie, I didn't mean to overlook you, and we'll take Ellie also. Go ahead, state your name for the record, please.
Bradley Cutler from Granite Bay. And I was here just to keep on your agenda the issue of the Tree Lake Village storage expansion, which is continuing. There's about 900 units now under construction or built, and it's on its way to a couple of thousand units that on the 50 acres. The issue is it goes through our neighborhood and not where it was originally intended to have access out to a major thoroughfare. So our traffic is being impacted, and it's the other big issue. It's a project that has been around for 30 years, and it seems to not need any further requirements as a vested property, even though it has a conditional use permit, and it's 30 years in the making. And it would appear to be we cannot find, nor can anybody in the planning departments find any records that shows that it is legal to be continuing this. So we just ask that we have a meeting with you guys and be able to sit with Kirk and others so we can get some lawyer involvement. We've been to the planning department many meetings, and nobody can find a document that actually traces this back to its origins, proves that it's vested, and we'd just like the opportunity to be able to sit and do that. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you. Michael Garabedian for the Sierra Club. We're just using this as an opportunity, as an informational item, to hand out the last two press releases that we issued opposing Measure M. We're here to make sure the communication continues. The last press release is called What If Measure M Doesn't Pass? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And Ellie?
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Excuse me. I've been before you several times. I sent in a recent notice about my displeasure of the ramrodding of many of the environmental documents, and now we have a text zoning amendment on the November 17th Planning Commission hearing. This is not to be taken lightly. I'm also concerned that it hasn't gone before our NITRAC recently. The environmental document, the FEIR, was out in June of 2014. I have to go back to that document, research. I'm trying to do comments on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. I am not the only member of the public that does this, and I'm hoping you're taking strongly the consideration to move the Tahoe Basin Area Plan by 30 days to allow us our public right to provide comprehensive comments to the Planning Commission, the NITRAC, yourselves, to TRPA. It's just getting all overwhelming and consuming with hundreds of thousands of pages that is not possibly human for us to get through. So I would like you to relook at your calendar, answer the question offline. I want an answer back why NITRAC's not hearing the TPZ, which text zoning amendment, which does apply to Placer County, not just the North Star Master Plan when you read the language, and also reconsider your schedule for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan by 30 days. Thank you.
Okay, now I will move on to supervisor reports. Jim.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a report. I did want to introduce a foreign exchange student that is here today, Pauline DeVale. Is that? Yeah. And she's from Belgium, and she's here to observing how government works, particularly in Placer County and in the United States. So anyhow, I just wanted to welcome you here, Pauline, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other reports, what I'm going to do is take a leap to item 6A, because our Director of Emergency Services, I didn't forget, has another place to be concurrently, so we're going to take up item 6A, which is Placer County Fire Vehicle and Apparatus Replacement Policy. John.
Again, John McEldowney with Placer County Office of Emergency Services. Today I'm requesting that your board approve the Placer County Fire Vehicle and Apparatus Replacement Policy. Also requesting you approve a blanket purchase order with Community Leasing Partners of Manhattan, Kansas for a 7-year lease purchase of 3 Type 1 fire engines in the amount of $1,830,409. Funding from each of the 7 fire county service area components and the fire control fund, will be included in future budgets as annual lease payments become due, beginning with the fiscal year 2017-18 proposed budget, basically the next year's budget. The third action is requesting that you authorize a purchasing manager to sign all required documents. By way of background, the Placer County Fire Vehicle and Apparatus Replacement Policy, if approved, this new policy will institute a system-wide acquisition approach for fire vehicles and apparatus for the Placer County fire system. Additionally, it will also equitize and stabilize replacement costs across the Placer County Fire Community Service Area components and will establish a fair method to assign those costs. This method will consist of a hybrid mix of annual response calls and aggregate road miles within each component area of the system. This policy is designed to be flexible and responsive to growth within the Placer County fire system, and in addition, this policy positions Placer County Fire to more accurately apportion costs to where fire vehicles and fire apparatus are actually being used across the entire system, and provides the best possible fire service to our residents. The Placer County Fire Department uses various types of firefighting vehicles, apparatus, and equipment to perform fire suppression and emergency medical service operations throughout the county. This lease purchase conforms to the fire apparatus vehicle replacement plan before you. Actually, it essentially kicks it off and takes advantage of historically low interest rates while also spreading acquisition costs over 7 years. If approved, 2 of these new Type 1 fire engines will replace 2 older engines at the Atwood Station 180 in the North Auburn Ophir Fire Zone of Benefit, while the 3rd Type 1 engine will replace an older engine at the Dry Creek Station 100 in that zone of benefit. The new equipment will also help to reduce the department's current equipment maintenance and repair costs. By way of fiscal impact, the $1,830,409 lease purchase cost, again, will be distributed among the 7 fire county service area components in the fire control fund over the next 7-year term if approved, essentially funding on an annual basis. A total annual lease cost per year will be approximately $261,487. That first annual payment will not be due until delivery of the equipment, which we anticipate to be approximately a year from now. Roughly, it takes about 365 days to build the equipment. So again, that'll push it into the 17-18 budget year. Projected reserves are sufficient in each fund to support this cost over the term of the lease purchase. And unless you have any questions, that pretty much wraps it up.
Jack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks a lot for bringing this forward. For everybody's knowledge, especially mine, what is a Type 1 fire engine?
A Type 1 fire engine is one of our standard fire engines that you see throughout Placer County Fire. It's one of the larger engines. It's discerned from our ladder truck, which is generally the fire personnel call that a truck. It's one of the bigger engines as opposed to a Type 3, Type 4. They're basically Type 1 is one of the largest, and then it kind of scales down. You go from 2 to 3 to 4.
Thank you. I appreciate that, especially clarifying that it's not a ladder truck. I know we've had some discussions over the appropriateness of purchasing ladder trucks when we have ladder trucks within a specific mile radius of certain areas. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jim?
John, type 1 is generally the first one out on any call. Is that correct?
I think I would emphasize the word generally, and it just depends on the nature of the call and what is required. But generally speaking, I would say yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for being very equitable throughout the zone of benefits, for all the participation in this, and knowing that some of those engines are more than 25 years old. I happen to know because I bought some of them back in the day. It's time to do this. So anyhow, I'm going to approve this item.
Thank you, sir.
Jennifer?
Two things. First, or actually three things. First of all, thank you, John, for the presentation. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that relationship between calls and road mileage as to how cost is allocated?
Sure. Essentially, when we were looking at it, we were trying to define what we felt were rational, reasonable, and appropriate metrics to come up with a methodology. The road miles are essentially just taking the road miles within each component area of the Placer County fire system, which is a known, easy to ascertain figure. We're taking those numbers by the zones of benefit, essentially, in the CFD and the Sunset Industrial Area. We're also taking the response calls by calendar year, and we're just taking those two pieces and saying, okay, what are the number of response calls in each of the zones of benefit? How much of the road miles are in each zone of benefit? And then we're working those two figures to come up with a way to apportion those costs across the system. So in other words, a zone of benefit with, a large number of road miles, which means the engines are going to be used more than in a zone of benefit with a smaller zone of benefit, essentially, and a zone of benefit with a large number of calls. They're getting the preponderance of the usefulness out of the equipment. So we think it's fair to have that type of situation because we think it's just more equitable. And I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
No, you are. I guess the only clarification that I would look for on that is, are we talking about paved roads, or are we just talking about county-maintained roads, unmaintained dirt roads? What's that calculus? I ask honestly because I see that Dutch Flat is in here with the third highest assessment, I'll say, for lack of a better term. And, Dutch Flat's very small community. I see representatives here from Dutch Flat. I haven't heard any opposition to this, but just want to understand the nuance involved.
The main, and let me just first answer, hopefully take a stab at your first point. I'm fairly certain that it was primarily the maintained paved roads, but I don't want to lie to you, so I want to have time to go back and check, and I'll make sure, get that answer specifically for you, later on, if that's okay.
Great, no problem.
And then the other piece is we're attempting to find essentially a fair and equitable way to distribute it across the system. You're absolutely right. Dutch Flat is one of the larger, by geography, one of the larger areas, but it's also in terms of responses, as opposed to some of the other areas in the systems, it does not have the number of responses.
Okay.
So that kind of.
And that leads me to my, I think, third question, which is any concerns. I'm not looking at you, John. I'm looking over your shoulder there. Any concerns on your end regarding this structure, or does it seem equitable?
I think you're
Either of
Chief
you.
Morris?
Charlie or Chief Morris?
Yeah, George Morris, County Fire Chief.
Push the button.
I was trying to project there. Sorry.
There you go. Perfect.
George Morris, County Fire Chief. We've been working with county staff to develop this methodology over a period of months, and we feel that it is equitable, especially when you look at call density and volume, because as we get growth in different areas of the county, that will change. And every time that we go to make a purchase or to enact this plan, we can revisit those numbers and scale those numbers. So what it's locked into today is a picture of today. But as we purchase new equipment down the road, we'll reevaluate those factors, and those percentages may change over time for each of those districts.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add on, we are planning on every year, the concept is every year we'll evaluate responses and then for lack of a better term, reapportion, kind of juggle the percentages based on what happened last year across the system. So we're trying to figure out a way to make it, we've tried to figure out a way to make it just as fair as possible for residents across the system.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Jack?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I think this discussion that we just had is a part of a broader discussion about the zones of benefit in general. If there's anything that I can point to here that is a product of what I think is voodoo economics, that's it. And I think that we need to have a better look at the zones of benefit and discuss how we can make it fair across the board. And I think that's part and parcel of what we were trying to do with our study, but for whatever reason, we didn't hit the mark, and I think it's our responsibility to get back there and make sure that we do have that discussion and hit the mark this time. So,
good. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And you're free to go, John, to your other commitment. Thank you for bearing with me on that change. So now we will go back to our first timed item, which is at 9:15, annexation to Sewer Maintenance District 3 Nagy property.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Andy Darrow with Public Works and Facilities. I'm here to request that your board hold a public hearing to consider the annexation of parcel number 037-103-031 into the boundaries of Sewer Maintenance District number 3. The property is located on Peach Drive in the Horseshoe Bar area. Eric and Megan Nagy are requesting annexation of the 2.59 acre parcel in order to connect to public sewer. And if approved, the applicant will be required to pay the annexation fee in effect at the time that they make payment, as well as a $350 recording fee paid to the State Board of Equalization. The current annexation fee is $4,440. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, I request that your board hold a public hearing, and at the end of the hearing, adopt the resolution in the staff report to annex this parcel into the boundaries of Sewer Maintenance District number 3. And with that, I can certainly answer any questions you might have.
Any questions by board members? Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Oh, excuse me. That's formally a public hearing, so I'll open it up to the public formally for a public hearing. Excuse me. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration. Moved and seconded to approve the annexation just discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll take up our first department item, which is the minutes from the September 27th, 2016 meeting. Moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the 2016 meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Holmes? Euler? Montgomery? Duran?
Yes.
Wygant?
Abstain. I was the one who was absent from the meeting, which is why we had it on the agenda. Do we? Three's good on this? Yep. We're good. Thanks. So our next department item is Community Development Resources Agency 2016 Building Standards Code.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board. I'm Jeff Thomas, your building manager for the Building and Services Division, and I'm here today to present to you an ordinance adopting the state's triennial building standards codes. As part of this adoption, we've reorganized the ordinance into two parts. Part one is administration, and part two is building codes adopted and amended. This reorganization makes it easier to navigate through the ordinance and creates consistency with the building standards codes. And in further effort, we've also reworded a number of sections for transparency and clarity. We are proposing to maintain our historical amendments the community has come to appreciate with no additional amendments to our ordinance. While we're not proposing any additional changes, there are a few things that we would like to share with you. There are a few state mandated code changes that will have an effect on home design and construction, such as wind speed change from 85 to 110 miles per hour. However, the most significant changes comes from the energy code. As you may know, the state desires zero net energy homes by the year 2020. Basically, their goal is that homes built after 2020, if they also install solar on their roof or ground mount, that home will actually consume zero energy. So since there's only one more code cycle after this one to accomplish this goal, they've made a significant number of changes in energy requirements within the code. Some of these new changes include whole home high efficiency lighting throughout. There'll be no more provisions for allowing screw-in type light bulbs. There'll be requirements for vacancy sensors in all rooms that are not normally occupied, such as garages, bathrooms, and laundry rooms. Additionally, the exterior envelope and the attics will require additional separation from the exterior and further insulation. These are known as high-performance walls and high-performance attics. The energy change in 2016 is predicted to reduce energy consumption by these new homes by about 28% over homes being currently constructed. As these building standards codes are state mandated for adoption, I recommend adoption of the proposed ordinance effectively adopting the state's 2016 building standards codes with our findings and our historical local amendments. I'm available for any questions.
Kirk.
Pardon me. Just out of curiosity, have you guys had an opportunity to take a look at these required changes in our building code from a return on investment standpoint? What it costs to incorporate these kinds of changes into a new building versus what the energy savings actually yield over time by way of savings to the homeowner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Euler. The Energy Commission has put out some numbers as far as energy savings over the life of the mortgage. The average home is expected to save around $7,000 to $8,000 in those 30 years. Energy consumption relating to about $20 a month in energy savings.
And yet the cost of the double insulation, double walls, the lighting upgrades, all the rest, what is that going to be adding to the cost of a home, do we know?
It is estimated that it'll cost roughly the same, anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 for the construction of the home, varying depending on size.
So it's a 30-year ROI on the improvements?
Yes, that's correct.
So as we and other jurisdictions continue to struggle to figure out ways to make housing more affordable for people, the state continues to force us to adopt requirements that makes building houses far more expensive.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. I appreciate those comments. I have a slightly different tack, which is, has there been any consideration given to the different geographic areas of California and different geographic impacts? So solar, while admirable, is not really appropriate for the area where I live, Donner Summit, where we often have 30 feet of snow. Anything ground mounted is going to be under snow. Anything on my roof is going to be covered in snow much of the year. Is there anything in the code that calculates those sorts of different geographic impacts?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Montgomery, there are varying climate zones that do have different energy requirements for those zones. However, the energy code requires more strict energy savings in colder zones and warmer zones based on either, depending on where you are, either air conditioning needs or heating needs.
And in the past, the state has incentivized things such as solar panels. Are they looking at incentivizing anything like warm and or cool roofs, depending, again, on your geography?
Not that we have been told about, no.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Does this just see, do we have to take action on this? Yes. We do, yeah. Yes. Yeah, okay. So, moved and seconded to...
Grudgingly moved and seconded.
Adopt the ordinance amendments that were just discussed with regards to energy efficiency. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll take up item 4B, which is Placer County, or Placer Vineyards Specific Plan Revision to Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Jennifer Bias, Community Development Resources Agency, here to present this item. And it's a request to revise the Placer Vineyards Specific Plan Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program. I have a very brief PowerPoint for you. You're all familiar with our Placer Vineyards land use map, which was approved back in 2007, western portion of the county along Watt and Baseline, that calls for the urbanization of 5,230 acres and has a 20 to 30 year build out. As part of that approval in 2007, the draft EIR identified 3 existing transmission lines that traverse the plan area that were shown in blue on the PowerPoint that is no longer there. Okay, so the lines that are shown in blue are the existing transmission facilities, and the draft EIR identified associated impacts with potentially significant exposure to residents of excessive electromagnetic fields. And as part of that, there was a mitigation measure that was added, mitigation measure 41.6, that required minimum setbacks to the power lines. And these setback recommendations were based on adopted school district recommendations. Oh, they have advanced it. So as part of this request, the Placer Vineyards Development Group is now requesting this mitigation measure be removed to eliminate the setback requirements. They submitted a report, which is known as the Aspen Phase Line Report, that provided an overview and review of the current regulations related to the health effects of EMFs, electromagnetic fields. And as part of that, as our responsibility as the county, we had to do an independent peer review of that report. And we consulted and contracted with ICF International to conduct that report for us and peer review. And what they found, working with staff and looking at the Public Utility Commission studies and other studies known on this topic, is that there still is a lack of consensus in the scientific community as to the health risks associated with EMF and the exposure. And therefore, there was no acceptable thresholds established that we can rely on. And with no thresholds established, setting up a setback is somewhat arbitrary. So with that, considering our independent review and the information presented in the Aspen Phase Line Report, we are recommending that the board remove the mitigation measure. There's 2 actions to do that. First is to adopt an addendum that was included in your staff report packet and the findings, showing that there's no changes to the draft environmental document, no new mitigation identified, as well as adopt a resolution that would amend the draft EIR to eliminate the mitigation measure and the adopted MMRP. I do have one note, is that there was a typo correction for page numbers, and I believe the clerk of the board should have provided a new resolution for you on that to adopt with the corrected page numbers. So with that, I'd make a recommendation. Any questions?
Thanks, Jennifer. Jack?
Yeah, I'm pretty big on jurisdiction and separation of powers. I just want to make sure that on page 83, where it says surrounding communities, and they mention Roseville, Sac County, and Sutter County, They don't have any jurisdiction over this whatsoever. You're just using those as examples, correct?
Correct. It was part of these transmissions line to extend out into other jurisdictions. So part of it as our independent review, we wanted to look at what other jurisdictions did.
Okay.
And it was all over the board, but they have absolutely no authority, land use authority in our area.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
So following up on Jack's, just to be clear, we don't make decisions based on what Sacramento has or has not chosen to do, nor do they make decisions based on what we have chosen or not chosen to do.
Correct.
Okay. And how much does what we're proposing vary? You said it's all over the map. So what are the ends of those?
So I think that there's policies to protect, mostly the policies were to protect for the sitting of new transmission lines. The looking at the existing lines, most jurisdictions would refer to the entity that has the easement along the property to work with them and establish setbacks based on the land use that are going in. So they have policies in their general plan for that. In addition, I think it was Sutter County has a policy that's similar to the school districts. The school districts will still have that setback for schools with the distance of it's anywhere between 100 and 150 feet, I believe, depending on the voltage of the lines. So we just looked at, Roseville doesn't do anything, where they have a residential unit setting back farther from the easements. Since our communities will be adjoining these communities, I had an interest in looking at, that really isn't a CEQA requirement. It was just more of a planner, like what does other communities do with this issue?
So this will then just be consistent with a standard utility easement for
Correct.
Power lines of these various voltages.
Right, and we're really encouraging because the power lines within the urbanized area will be part of the open space and trail system in certain areas that homes run on, streets run on, so they'll be hopefully in the built environment setbacks by design.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? So please come forward, state your name for the record.
Michael Garabedian, live in Rockland. I'm not familiar with this agenda item, so I'm not commenting for or against it. But I'm commenting on a personal anecdote. Around 1993, I did a lot of research on electromagnetic field impacts, trying to find out what the science was at that time. And at that time, I found that there clearly is a physiological effect of being in an area where you are affected by EMFs. I don't remember the details, but I remember essentially there's cellular material in our bodies that will be jiggled, basically, when we're in those fields. Now, I'm just commenting that it does have a physiological effect, though I have no idea that there may be studies suggesting there's a problem or not a problem. But I wanted to give you that left over from my research.
Thank you. Motion and a second to approve the amendment to the Certified Environmental Impact Report and adopt the resolution amendment to the mitigation monitoring plan regarding vineyards as discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll now take up our 10 o'clock timed item, medical cannabis update. Board gave direction to staff a few months ago as to a potential ordinance. Staff has worked to accommodate the board's intent, and they are bringing that back for us to consider whether or not what they're recommending is in fact on target with the board. And I'll turn it over to Becky to lead off on this.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I'm joined today by Deputy County Counsel Brett Holt and Deputy Director of Code Compliance Tim Wegner. We are before your board today to present staff's work on the draft Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. Our purpose, as you stated today, is to check in on some of the ordinance and enforcement details to ensure we have interpreted things correctly before we return to your board to formally introduce the item. As your board is aware, the ordinance requires 2 readings and would take effect 30 days after the second reading. Our proposed timeline is to return to your board on November 22nd for the first reading, on December 6th for the second reading, and with no changes, the ordinance would take effect on January 6th, 2017. As we are all aware, today is Elections Day. In addition to learning who our new president will be, we also await the decision of the voters on 17 initiatives, including Prop 64, where voters in California, along with those in Arizona, Maine, Massachusetts, and Nevada, will decide whether to legalize adult recreational use of marijuana or cannabis. And while there are a few impacts to the initiative should it pass, staff have developed the draft ordinance so that it will be applicable regardless of the result of Prop 64. Staff will speak to those impacts a little later in the presentation. So by way of background and for the benefit of those who may be joining the discussion for the first time today, this is the 5th presentation your board has received in the last 18 months on medical cannabis. You've taken hours of testimony from varying perspectives, reviewed pertinent state and federal law, and on June 21st, staff presented 5 alternatives from the nearly endless options available for your consideration. Those 5 alternatives are summarized in this slide. All alternatives respected the interests of patients under state law and allow for limited personal cultivation. Alternatives A and B allowed only for personal use cultivation, while alternatives C, D, and E allowed for personal use and also allowed for licensed commercial activities as defined under the 2015 Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act. Your board selected alternative A, highlighted in orange. Staff were directed to develop an ordinance that allowed up to 6 plants on no more than 50 square feet and that prohibited any commercial cultivation, manufacturing, or sales. In addition, staff were directed to work with the district attorney on ordinance development to include the penalty provisions and recommended buffers from youth-oriented facilities and churches. The county executive office convened a working group with the district attorney, sheriff's office, code enforcement, agricultural commissioner, and county council. We met over a series of meetings to develop the draft ordinance we are reviewing with you today. We were also instructed to share the draft ordinance with Placer County cities, which we have done. This slide captures the highlights of the draft ordinance, and at this point I'm going to turn the presentation over to Brett Holt from County Counsel's office to walk through the ordinance in greater detail.
So the ordinance draft was attached to the board agenda, so I'm available to answer any specific questions regarding the text. The most important item is that the draft ordinance limits the cultivation of marijuana to only indoors, limits it to 6 plants, and limits it to 50 square feet. The ordinance also explicitly prohibits any commercial cannabis activity, any manufacturing, any dispensaries, and any delivery services in the County of Placer. All cultivation has to take place within fully enclosed structures, and that is defined in the draft ordinance. The cultivation authorization is very limited, and it's strictly all of the terms in that section are defined. So the ordinance specifically only allows for indoor. There have been questions after we distributed the ordinance to the various local agencies. One question was, does our ordinance allow commercial grows? No, it explicitly does not allow commercial grows. Another question was, does the ordinance allow for exterior signs of outdoor cultivation or exterior signs of cultivation indoors, specifically odors? And odors are identified as a indicia of the nuisance, and it explicitly excludes any cultivation that has excessive odors. There was one comment that was helpful in regards to whether the issue of whether people can have multiple private grows at different private residences. And we can add to this draft ordinance a specific sentence which would say each authorized grower may claim only one private residence for the cultivation of cannabis. Finally, there was an issue as to whether or not there should be a provision that says no duty to enforce, and there should be a provision such as this. It specifically allows us to take advantage of the immunities in the government code sections, and so that's why we have that particular section. I'm available to answer any questions in regards to the specific language of the statute. I have not gone into the penalties or the enforcement procedure, and we'll allow Tim to do that.
Just one quick question, maybe. In light of, we got 2 letters from the cities of Rockland and Roseville, and indicated that their concern was that our draft ordinance provided for commercial grows, and I've had some follow-up conversations with some of those folks, and for clarity purposes and not being an attorney, what may have gone wrong with that interpretation is that in the definitions we actually define commercial grows, but that's for the purpose of actually implementing the prohibition against commercial grows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hopefully that cleared up that. Okay.
Okay, at this point, we'll turn the presentation over to Tim Wegner, who will walk through the enforcement approach recommended by staff.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tim Wegner. I'm the head of your building, counter, and code enforcement services here for the unincorporated Placer County. And really want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss cannabis enforcement with you today. You'll be glad to know the Placer County Sheriff's Office and CEDRA's code enforcement team developed a flexible, safety-conscious, and cost-effective approach to cannabis enforcement. So here's what the program looks like and how it works. First, I'd like to start with an overall compliance process. And yes, while I recognize this is a busy slide, I really want to hit the highlights for you. What we've learned from other cannabis enforcement operations is the shorter the compliance timeline, the more effective the program. And that's what's represented here, where compliance is reached in as little as 3 days if the grower takes immediate action, or as elongated as 23 days if the full process is explored. For this reason, once a non-compliant cannabis grower is identified through proactive and complaint processes, a 72-hour notice to abate with a $500 per plant fine is issued. Should the grower remain inconsistent with county code after 72 hours, fines increase to $1,000 per plant, and a notice of nuisance abatement hearing is issued at that time. During the abatement hearing, if the violation is resolved, the hearing officer may compromise a fine, and they may compromise a fine to a zero balance, if you will. But if not resolved, the county will eradicate the grow and recover costs and fines at that time. Of course, in a non-payment scenario, your board may utilize a lien and special assessment process to recover any unpaid monies. And we're going to transition now, as I want your board to know, and it's important for you to know, there are several areas within the proposed cannabis where proposed cannabis cannot be cultivated due to proximity to churches, schools, school bus stops, parks, daycare centers, and youth-oriented facilities. And what's recommended is a 1,000-foot buffer from these areas. And to demonstrate these buffer areas, the following maps have been prepared for your board. You have to jump down a little bit here. And this first map here is the Auburn Union School District, and really represents the Highway 49 corridor. And as you can see, there are heavily restricted areas until you reach really the Dry Creek boundary, which is you see the red demarcation up, and it's just below that is where you start to get into the Dry Creek area. Sheridan is second here, and as you can see, the entire downtown is again restricted. The school is identified here, and you can see there are several school bus stops throughout the area of Sheridan. Here is a generally the North Tahoe Basin, and where you can see there's quite limitations within the basin as well. And certainly last but not least, we have Granite Bay, where again, limited grow areas due to the restrictions. We've tried to, for your board, provide a scoping area of the map delineated by the blue boundaries, so you're certain of the areas of the study.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Tim, before you go off these maps, I want to make certain that I understand what is being proposed here. So no one who lives within any of those yellow, we're going to call it yellow for lack of a better color, and red areas would be able to cultivate 6 plants indoors in their own home.
So just to clarify, these maps, these are represented by 1,000-foot buffers. So each of the identified colors is a restricted area. So you could not cultivate cannabis within any of the colors denoted on these maps.
Not even if you were a legitimate medical marijuana card holder growing indoors, fully compliant with the rest of our ordinance.
That's why I've understood as represented, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could interject one point. These particular areas are dependent on whether or not Prop 64 passes. If Prop 64 passes, then we would not be able to regulate the cultivation of marijuana in all of these areas.
There would be a 600-foot buffer.
It would be it would be no buffer in regards to a fully enclosed structure. If the cultivation is within a fully enclosed structure, then under Prop 64, local entities cannot prohibit the cultivation of 6 marijuana plants indoors. So if Prop 64 does not pass, then this is what the regulation would look like, because we would include that section which is identified in the draft ordinance as paragraph 9.
But all those colors would go away if Prop 64 passes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And is both indoor and outdoor growth, or?
No, as far as indoor only. Outdoor cultivation, we still can completely prohibit outdoor cultivation.
And Jack, did you? Thank you.
Give me a second here as I re-queue. So in an effort to implement an effective enforcement program, Cedar's code enforcement team and the Sheriff's Office worked together to develop a priority and scoping plan. And here's a look at that plan, and here's what you can see is that the Cedars team will resolve small to medium grows in the more populated and urbanizing areas or urban areas, where the Sheriff's Office has committed to resolve medium and large grows in those less populated or rural areas, including our forest lands. The Sheriff's Office has further committed to assist with violation identification, threat assessment, backup, eradication component, and any officer support that's needed.
Tim, can you explain what you mean by violation assessment? Is this going to be a proactive approach, so code enforcement officers and sheriff's officers driving around looking for grows?
So my understanding today that the direction of your board was for a proactive and complaint process. So we today are considering both of those, that yes, the sheriff's office or a code enforcement team member or the public themselves could file a complaint.
So in terms of code enforcement, unlike all other code enforcement or code compliance complaints, this would not have to be complaint-driven. It could just be an observation by any member of our code compliance team driving through neighborhoods?
Just to be clear, that this cannabis will be enforced through a special unit within Cedar, so not through our traditional code compliance team that we have today that deals with other zoning matters. But yes, we could receive complaints from any of the existing traditional code compliance team, the special cannabis enforcement team, the sheriff, could be any variety of those.
So a code compliance officer could conceivably drive past an RV dumping sewage into a creek, not see that, drive past a piece of property with someone growing 4 plants outdoors, and file some sort of violation on that, but not the RV.
Under the current circumstances, the way the programs are developed, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So to accomplish the recommended enforcement program,
Go ahead, I'll have a comment when you're done.
To accomplish a recommended enforcement program, Cedar must develop a unit comprised of 8 staff, including 1 supervisor, 1 senior clerk, and 6 extra help officers. Experienced peace officers will further mitigate officer safety concerns and provide operational intelligence to expedite the process, so Cedar will be seeking those credentials during recruitment. And there is a bit of a change to the startup cost. I apologize that represented here a full year's cost, startup cost of $843,000. I want your board to also know that in the current budget, we have around approximately $211,000 that are currently as a placeholder within your budget. And so we're estimating the startup cost to be effective in 2017. We're looking around $620,000 or around a $400,000 budget adjustment based upon what the current approvals have looked like. For an ongoing cost, we are looking at the $696,000 thereafter. And we are trying through this extra help to be flexibly staffed so we can ebb and flow depending upon what those needs are. But really at this point in time, that's all that I have for your board. If you have any questions for me.
Jim.
Thank you, Tim, for your report. I get a little nervous about the part where the hearing officer has the authority to compromise any fines. How will that work? Will he be, whoever the hearing officer is, will he be in contact with the sheriff's department, with your department? It seems like it's kind of a burden on him to make that decision. Be very, well, scary.
Sure.
So could you explain?
Well, what I've tried to do is to not be cavalier here. So I've tried to look around at different communities and look at what their enforcement programs look like and try to understand what's working, what's not working. The administrative hearing process appears to be working very well, and so we do believe the hearing officer is the best setting. Really, we're looking for compliance. Our interests here are not to impose fines and try to collect or create a revenue-generating process for the county. What we're intending to do is to gain compliance. And so as my team or the sheriff would roll up, our first interest is to have the grower come within the confines of whatever the Chapter 8 regulatory standards might look like. We'll be given a short period of time, a 72-hour provision for them to make that adjustment. Again, fines increase if they do not make that adjustment within the 72 hours. But then once they come into their hearing, we really want the hearing officer that ability, if they have mitigated the concerns out there and can demonstrate that. Again, we're not after the fine. So we want compliance, and if they've complied at that point in time, I would hope our hearing officer would make a rational and reasonable decision to implement those kind of processes.
So the hearing officer would have some limited flexibility in order to...
Certainly, and then graded it. So if maybe they've not fully mitigated the problem when they've come into the hearing, but they have to some representative proportion of that, then the hearing officer has the discretion to move around in that to, again, compel compliance.
Good. And then the other question I have is about the indoor grows within a home. Does the building department have any concerns about how that affects the structure and the interior of the home?
Well, I appreciate that, Supervisor Holmes. Again, I am your chief building official here for Placer County, and that's my paramount concern is safety. And it is intriguing to me that we are watching the state move forward with improved interior environment through our green code by removing volatile organic compounds from our carpets and our framework, our trim, and those type of things. And yet we're introducing into the home now fertilizers, pesticides, a high humidity in areas that are not designed for humidity, particularly if they choose a bedroom or something to that effect. And so I do, as the chief building official for the county, have concerns with what not only those owners might experience in the indoor environment, but any subsequent owners that have no idea that this home was potentially used or was used as a grow house. And my concerns, as environmental health might be able to share, is we don't readily see the problems on the walls. It's typically behind the wall system where mold and other things can grow. And my concerns with high humidity environments is that we have the potential for that.
So if in-home grows are approved, will you have the ability to inspect periodically on those? Is that part of the ordinance where you could go in and inspect?
Currently, there are no provisions for that, and my team is not really the subject matter experts that would be able to do that kind of evaluation for humidity. And I mean, we can do humidity testing, But we really need somebody from HHS or our environmental services to help us understand where those thresholds are and where the problems really become.
Well, I think that's an important item, that if we allow them in the home, that should be one of the parts of our part of our ordinance. So we can protect the integrity of the home and the integrity of the future home buyers. So.
And Jack. Yeah, I was just going to comment, and I think you covered the mold piece. I actually had a client come in to the office about 3 weeks ago, and exactly what you're talking about happened. He rented a house, leased a house from a landlord that he wasn't aware was previously used as a grow house, and now the house is completely filled up with mold. Family's sick, and you can imagine, because of my profession, where this is headed. So that's one of those things that we need to be conscious of, is that if you do drive things indoors, that you're going to have these results. Not in every case, but you're making it more so that the opportunity for that happens. So,
if I might add to our experience over the last several years, is that we don't find this just beholden to small homes across the county. We have found this to be in very large homes. We've had a recent incident where we had a larger than 4,000 square foot home on a golf course I won't name where, and there were approximately 400 plants being grown inside that home.
My district.
Jennifer.
Tim, while things like mold and high humidity and pesticides and rodenticides are probably not in your purview, electrical systems are. Is that correct?
That is, yes.
Do you have concerns if we require indoor grows only, that some of our older homes, which may not be up to current electrical code, could be problematic?
I am concerned about that, and what I call the plug-and-play environment is if we just use the receptacles that are readily available to us in our home, depending on the size of that wiring and how that was originally designed, how much additional loading can be placed on that. I am concerned about that. The current ordinance does require that any of the plumbing, mechanical, or electrical systems that are added or augmented for a grow scenario would have to have permits for those uses, and so I'm less concerned when my team's able to review the type of systems and the loading that's developed on the downstream side, and so we can make sure that those are installed appropriately, safely, and won't have an overloading situation. But yes, to answer your question, within existing housing today, where a plug-and-play environment, I am concerned about how that looks. I understand there's the circuit breaker setting that's to protect that, but many times we know we can overload and create other problems even without finding that trip fault happening. So.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with the chief building inspector at Santa Cruz County about the Loma fire? Because the belief there is that did start at an indoor home grow, became a fairly substantial wildland fire in the Santa Cruz Mountains, I think destroyed almost 20 homes. Have you had a chance to discuss with your counterpart in Santa Cruz what they might have done differently or what we might be able to do differently?
No, that's a great suggestion. I have not done that.
Okay. And then have we given any consideration to areas such as Iowa Hill, which, as you probably are aware, still doesn't have electricity. They operate on generators and in some cases solar panels. What influence does that have on indoor grows? Meaning that, so if you have a generator, for example, and you are growing your 6 plants legally indoors and you're venting it appropriately so you don't get high humidity, you're probably going to have to run your generator all day, every day.
Well, that was my first take, was those alternate systems, whether it's generator fuel oriented, depending, no matter what type of fuel that is, or solar, the fuel there is the sun. Either of those things have to be continually fed. And so, yes, the generator would have to have some kind of fuel storage that would be capable of allowing it to run consistent with whatever the program is like. Fuel consumption and other things go along with that, and their ability to sustain that. And then for me, on the solar side, as you mentioned earlier, we get to these higher countries. You have to petition for snowfall and other things that preclude really the solar array to do its work, and that might require other augmentation.
So another thing that I would suggest is speaking with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District. Many of the generators are permitted for a certain amount of hours, not 24 hours a day. That I assume would require a higher level of permitting, or maybe not even be possible to permit. So I think we need to consider those implications before we move to a solution that allows only indoor grows.
Jim.
And then as far as indoor grows in a bedroom, some of the ways to mitigate the mold and the humidity would be a fan that would let that out, all the air out. But then again, you've got to deal with the odor. And so in order to do that, in order to have some kind of a fan, you'd have to have some kind of a scrubber in there to keep the odor out from affecting being a nuisance to the neighbors. So by having to do that, it almost makes it impossible for someone that wants some personal marijuana grown in their home to do that, because it'd be very cost prohibitive. I just need to make that statement. It seems that that's
not a grower.
Well, I know.
I don't fully understand this, and not having to try to develop a grow room myself, I imagine these things. I imagine that you would have to have the compensation and balancing between what you're trying to keep an interior environment to a certain temperature and humidity, but exhausting, and trying to protect the neighbor. So I do hear you, Supervisor Holmes. There is a very fine line for that balance there.
Very complex. Hey.
And Jack, you're
No, I was just going to add to what Jim was saying, and what Jen was saying is that, indoor sounds, like a great solution. And I live in the city of Roseville, and the city of Roseville's adopted it, and I've got no problem with that. The problem that I have is outside of the city limits, up in the rural areas, that where people want to do things, and there isn't the separation or zero clearance homes and those kinds of things. I also live right on the border, so I can throw a stone right across the street and be in the county. So another one of the concerns that I heard from some of my both constituents as well as officials in Roseville is the borders. That there's concerns there for those kinds of things. So, but it does seem to me that basically what we're doing is we're moving things indoors and making it extremely difficult and expensive for folks to exercise the rights that have been given them by the people of the state of California. So, if that's something the board is up to doing, then and a majority of the board to do that, then so be it. But there's still questions there.
Jim?
We're really blessed to live in such a diverse county. Placer County is really great. We get the mountain areas and the more cities, but 70% of our population lives in the cities, in Rockland, Roseville, Lincoln, and that's about a little more than 25% of our land mass. The rest of the population lives in the more rural areas where people enjoy their open space and the ability to pursue agricultural pursuits. So I spent time with folks on both sides of the issue last week, seeking to find a balance between the wishes of the cities and the wishes of the small medical marijuana farmers. I floated out some expanded allowable uses for the medical marijuana industry in Placer County. And I got the message back loud and clear. The political will is just not there at this time. Senator Nielsen called me, our fine district attorney called me, gave me his input, and some of the people that live in the cities. So I think what we're asked to do today is kind of set the reset button on what's been going on in the medical marijuana industry in our county. And I really don't have a problem with that. Because sometimes when our country goes through generational and cultural shifts like this, the wheat gets thrown out with the chaff. That's just been the history of these kinds of things that we change in our government and our system. But what I would like the board to consider today is to allow some limited personal medical marijuana grows in some of our more rural areas in the county. They'd have to be permitted to certain zoning areas. And that's where I stand today. But I'm willing to listen to what my colleagues say and what the public has to say about this. I see many of you are here to address that issue. So anyhow, that's where I stand. But I am flexible. I'm trying to keep an open mind on this issue, and I will defer to my board members to see where they want to go with that issue. So thank you.
Kirk? Yeah, Jim, I just want to clarify. What you said was allow some limited medical marijuana grows, and what we adopted in June does do that. Did you mean to say limited outdoor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is that what
That's
you meant to
limited
say?
outdoor grows. Okay. I had that written down. So,
I'm sorry?
And no recreational. I'm not talking about any recreational grows or anything like that, or commercial grows.
What I think I hear you saying is taking what was allowed in terms of the 6 plants, the 50 square feet, and providing for an opportunity for that to be conducted in an outdoor environment as opposed to just an indoor environment.
Right.
Okay. Along those lines, some questions. The reason that I had proposed a complete ban on all outdoor grows was simply from the standpoint of code enforcement, making for a very easy distinction. If it's visible outdoors, it's not permitted. From a code enforcement standpoint, if we are entertaining the notion of being able to grow the 6 plants outdoors in the 50 square feet, what does that do to your operation, your code enforcement operation?
Well, Supervisor Euler, I don't see a significant change. Today, our environment is we have a significant amount of outdoor grow that's occurring, and so that's our first and foremost approach, is to try to regain control there. And so I don't really see a difference for us in some ways. I have to tell you, outdoor might be a little easier because we can see it. Indoor, we can't see it, and gaining access and some of these other things can be sometimes very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't want us to be the victims of the law of unintended consequences and some of these issues of the indoor contamination associated with forcing all grows indoors. Again, with my only point being to the extent that we are required to comply with the state law for those people that do have the appropriate permit, license, whatever the word is, script, to have their medicinal marijuana, accommodating that, yet doing so in a fashion that allows for us to maintain the integrity of limiting the larger grows that do take place in the county right now that are not for personal use. And so if what I'm hearing is that from a code enforcement standpoint, you think that there is a reasonable enforcement mechanism available if we were to allow for those 6 plants and the 50 square foot requirement, allow that to be outdoor, but all others remain the same, if you will. I'm open to considering that, because I would not like to see us actually creating more harm than good with that internal grow environment as it's been described. So I'm open to having that conversation as well.
Jennifer. And Tim, just so I'm clear, the mechanism, if the board were to say, let's allow 6 outdoors for a code enforcement officer, and for the sheriff's department as well, would be same basic mechanism as is being proposed now. You're driving by, you see, in this case, because it's allowed outdoors, you see a grow, you get out of your car, you use your binoculars or whatever, you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're good. You say 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, they're bad. They still get the same notice, they still get the same. So the large grows, the large scale grows that we're seeing now would become illegal, for lack of a better term, in Placer County through our code, through our ordinance, and we would have a mechanism to abate them quickly, which we don't now.
Yes, that's correct, and that's the workflow that I shared with you earlier, is that we do see that, and again, my experience in having this discussion with some of our surrounding communities that have this same shared cooperative approach with code enforcement in their sheriff's office, is that we can, and many times we will, see compliance within that first 3-day period of time. Once the grower knows they're out of balance and that we've identified them, my understanding is that the majority start to move toward compliance quite rapidly. And so, yes, I see no difference. I distinguish no difference whether it's 7 or, quite frankly, 500, which is the extent of kind of my team's scope. I don't see a difference in how that works for us. We're still on site. We still have the same process. It still has the same hearing. The only difference might be for the grower is the fine amounts might be quite a bit larger when they get beyond that 6.
Okay, so two things as a follow-up. The first is I see a number of folks here from the Gold Run, Dutch Flat, Alta area where there's substantial grows right now, huge grows. They have really legitimate concerns about these crazy large grows that are going on. Would you be able to give them some sort of reassurance that if this were approved with a limit of 6 for outdoor grows, that we would be able to move forward if it was more than 6 very quickly?
Yes, that's absolutely the conversation the Sheriff's Office and I have had, is our intentions are to really focus on those large grows. Our interests here, again, are compliance.
And large is anything other than 6 in the current discussion?
Well, by definition of our scoping and priority schedule, the Sheriff's Office and I have developed, really small grows are 100 and less, and you might think that's not small, but in comparison to what our understanding is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 potential grows in the unincorporated Placer County. We believe that we're going to approach those large grows, 100 and more, quite rapidly. We want the message out that we're here, this is the program, and that we really want you to come into compliance. And so that's our approach, is going to be to identify those larger grows, medium-sized grows first and quickly. And our interest is to try to do that early on in the season. This is not, we have no interest in being punitive and waiting, as I've heard, for the last hour when the crop is ready to go in and to devastate. No, our intentions are to try to identify as early on as possible. In my discussions, the grow season starts somewhere in April. And I think that's dependent upon climate again, where you are on the hill and when it tends to warm up and things begin to sprout. But our intentions are to really hit it heavily those first 2 months to identify those grow areas and to get the message out that this is not how we do it here in Placer County.
Okay, and then you had mentioned fines. Can you elaborate a little bit more upon what that fine system would look like?
I can, and actually I believe I have a slide for you. Sat down too soon.
You did.
Whoops.
We took it out.
Not in there?
No.
Well, it looks like we don't have the exhibit for you, but generally what I can describe for you is, let me go up to the workflow here. So the upper right-hand corner, you can see it says 72 hours there in big red. Right below that, you can see it says $500 per plant accrual. So what that means at that point in time, if you have more than 6 plants, so if you have 7, you're subject to a $500 fine for that one plant.
Per day?
No, for the one plant. Where this is not a per day model, as many times land use can have a per day model. We found that, again, for the interest of compliance, a per day model with a plant component, we had some really exorbitant fines that we didn't feel were potentially might be unconstitutional, and also we were fearful about really if we're sending the right message. And so you can see $500 per plant, and so if you have 50 plants, you can do the math real quick about how you get to that, about 25,000, right? And that begins to accumulate. If you get down to the notice of nuisance abatement hearing, which is directly below the decision matrix there, the triangle, or the diamond, excuse me, right below that, again, that's where the plants start to accrue $1,000 per plant fine. So if at that point you go to a hearing and you have not mitigated the grow, you potentially would be subject for $25,000 for your 50 plants at the 72-hour notice, and then getting down to the nuisance abatement hearing notice, another $1,000, so $50,000, or a sum total. At the hearing, you'd be subject to $75,000 in fine at the hearing. And again, that's accrual, so the hearing officer might say, well, at that point in time, they've removed all the plants down to the 6, 44 are gone. The hearing officer might say, thank you for your good faith efforts and for complying with the county's regulation, and for that reason, 0 fine is imposed today. If you've gone somewhere between that, then the hearing officer can make any decisions based upon circumstances before them.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, I know we have, the public is going to be talking about this, but I'm curious in listening to this shift in thought process, how we move forward. I don't want you to ask that question now, but I'm curious to see whether this is just a simple ordinance finesse, or we put the ordinance aside and we go back to land use regulations. So I'll leave that to you to kind of flesh out. But no, it's an interesting discussion, and I am definitely. It's always been about access to me on the medical piece, as Supervisor Holmes said. I'm not a recreational, no interest in recreational, and I think we need to seriously take a look at that if 64 does pass, as to how to protect ourselves as well as the public on that. But anyway.
Kirk.
So along the lines of the indoor versus outdoor, my primary concern all along has been if you ban outdoor, then if we see it, we know it's not permitted. It makes it simple from a compliance standpoint. What about an outdoor grow for, again, meeting all the state medicinal requirements, but somebody who wants to then grow their 6 plants in their 50 square feet outdoors registers with the county, so our code enforcement folks know, okay, they're registering with us to put their 6 plants outdoors. So we have a registration, we know where they are, we know who they are, and therefore if somebody sees and somebody calls and somebody says, I saw a grow, a quick check could let folks know, whether it's our code enforcement or the neighbors, let them know that it is a registered, permitted medicinal marijuana grow outdoor consistent with our ordinance.
So if I hear you, a public-facing registry that anyone can look at to find out who's growing outdoors?
Sure. Just some way of the outdoor grows. Again, my whole goal is let's make it as simple as possible from a code enforcement standpoint.
So I like the theory. My concern is, and we might hear from the sheriff's office, that that's going to kind of pinpoint where our outdoor grows are and might have people focus on that.
Okay, fair enough. Then
but
perhaps an internal one.
But I see some.
So that our code enforcement person driving down Main Street sees something and says, before I go knock on their door, let me check and see. And sure enough, at 123 Main Street, they are permitted to have their 6 plants outdoors, and our code enforcement officer knows that.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'd really just brainstorming here, would like to expand that further, probably a shared system between the sheriff's office and code enforcement, so that at any time, any officers in the field with their mobile systems could look anything up and say, I don't have a problem here.
Right.
Or, I'm seeing more than 6, they look like lemon trees to me now over the top of the fence.
I'm seeing anything, and we don't have any permitted at 123 Main Street.
Exactly, yes.
Again, the idea is let's reduce the number of potential conflicts between our code enforcement folks and the consuming public, if you will. Okay.
Okay, Jennifer, then Jim, then Jack. Then somewhere along the lines, I'm actually going to take control and say something myself. But this dialogue's interesting, and I think it's very healthy. So let's go in that order for the time being.
So, Tim, I would say that if we do have some sort of internal listing of outdoor grows that we know are approved, please make sure that the district aides for each of us have access to that. Very often we are actually the first contact point for complaints rather than code enforcement or the sheriff's office, and it would just be great if our aides could be able to access that same resource and say, yep, they're registered with the county, they're legitimate, they're not a problem, or no, thanks for the heads up. We'll make sure, that gets passed along to the appropriate folks.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Jim?
My next, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Euler, for your comments. You did mention that someone driving down 123 Main Street, actually Main Street is probably within the cities, so I'd rather have you say 12345 County Road so-and-so.
Okay, just give me your address, Jim, and I'll use that example, so that we know that your grow is permitted. How's that?
Oh, I'm very sensitive to the wishes of the cities, and so there's inference that, okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Then Jack.
Yeah, one of the things, Tim, that I was concerned about and I brought to the attention of the sheriff is the security safety issue of your staff that are going, or our staff that are going out and doing these things. And one of the things that I had mentioned to him was along the lines of what you were saying about a database with this information is have the sheriff, maybe run some folks to find out whether or not there's been any problems at that location before, and have them make the first contact as opposed to your office. That's my big concern, is heaven forbid something happen when you're out there. You're not a law enforcement officer and needs a law enforcement officer. I certainly don't want to make law enforcement the arbiter of how many plants are out there. But I do think, and I appreciate the fact that they do have a role in this code enforcement. So.
Well, Supervisor Duran, I appreciate that, and that's, I think, been a comment that I've heard from many of the board members. And I, too, am concerned about officer safety, particularly the code enforcement officers, as they're not quite as, they're not as protected as our sheriff's officers today. They don't go through many of the credentialed defense programs like they do as well. But I want to assure you that the Sheriff's Office has committed to me that they will assist with that threat assessment, just as they do today, and even I imagine, and as we're kind of talking through our rough game plan, if you will, is what that looks like and how we roll that out. And so we've had discussions about, do we run everyone through them initially to understand threat assessments? That might be a little complicated, and my team has a good eye because of our already understanding about properties and how things evolve. We're standing on properties today asking folks to stop doing things from a land development perspective. And so trying to, hopefully if we roll the program out correctly, that the growers will understand that my team does not have the authority of arrest. We're not carrying firearms. We're not seeking any other criminal activity that's going on the site. We're simply there from a land development standpoint to make sure that you have 6 plants in whatever 50 square feet indoor or outdoor, however that might look. But be assured that any time there's a sense of safety concern or an uncomfortableness, my team's been directed to back out and to contact the Sheriff's Office. I also want to let you know that's why I discussed this extra help models. To me, if we get the right credentialed folks who have law enforcement or peace officer experience, they already have that situational awareness. They already have a good feeling about, is this a safe site or is this not a safe site? My hope is through our configuration with our staffing is we're going to have some folks that already get that, and we're not bringing folks who don't have that type of understanding. But well aware of that, and I think we have positioned a program today that it really gets at all of your board's interest in keeping staff safe, whether the guys and gals with the guns or the ones without. So I appreciate that.
No, I've appreciated the Sheriff's Office, their commentary, their viewpoint very much in this whole process. I can't say enough about Ed's shop and the way that he's handled himself, and I'll just leave it at that.
Jennifer.
So again, if this board should decide to allow some sort of limited outdoor grow for medical marijuana with an appropriate card, I would suggest that we take a look at, I think our hen ordinance had some restrictions on, it can't be right on your fence line. It has to be closer to your house than your neighbor's house. So to avoid some of those neighbor-to-neighbor conflicts, I think there are some, sort of sensible parameters that we can put around it as we did with the hen ordinance. I don't mean to compare it to the hen ordinance, but we did actually craft some pretty good guidelines around that.
Understood, yes.
And that could be addressed through zoning issues.
Correct.
As well. So, for example, someone that lived in a residential area, say in Sheridan, addressing it with zoning would disallow any type of those uses. I see our county council shaking his head.
So leading on that and taking an opportunity to make some comments of my own. Frankly, I think all of us are on a similar page as it relates to being open to some range of ideas. The range is maybe broader or narrow depending on the supervisor. But the concern I have, and question I have for staff is to the extent that we go with out-of-door grows at all, frankly, 6 plants per patient, Sheridan, urban settings, 2 patient, 1 house, 12 plants. These are not little daisies in a pot. They're like multiple ears of corn clustered together. And 12 plants in an urban setting, to me, is excessive. But I'm hypersensitive as it relates to the horrible experience I've had over 3, 4, 5 years in Sheridan, where there's been, I'll share a story. I was at a funeral this last summer, and some friends of mine from Sheridan made a point of cornering me and telling me that the house next door to them sold last fall. The first thing that happened was several trucks came by to deliver topsoil to the house. The yard was filled with grows of marijuana. People didn't even move into the house. So with that in mind, that's also by way of stating that I get the concern about pushing grows indoors and the problems that indoor grows can cause to health, welfare, safety, but pushing them out of doors, particularly in a place like my district, is also fraught with some concern. So, for example, most of the people I represent live in Lincoln and Rockland, so they're urban dwellers, but the vast majority of land that I represent is rural residential agricultural. And so I know we all have expressed concerns about access by juveniles in particular to marijuana, even if it's legally grown. There's a whole concern about rural residential agricultural settings that are more wide open, if you will, and more vulnerable to access by kids who may just trespass and pick plants, because those things, in fact, do happen. So has staff given any thought to what might be less than a 6 or 12 plant urban grow and what that might look like to address the concerns of somebody like I have?
Well,
Yes, we have. Over the past 18 months, we have discussed that issue, and I think in working through these issues before, we didn't really envision any R1 type of residence that would be suitable for outdoor grows.
At all?
At all.
Thanks.
And if I may, I was just going to say that kind of mirrors what the cities have done in general with their ban, basically on outdoor. So I think, as I've said before, I think mirroring what the cities do in the urban areas is fine. I'm okay with that. It's the outside the urban areas, and additionally the other restrictions that are there with regards to square footage from a church or a school or other types of facilities. I think there's room to work there. So anyway, it's my thought.
So it's the RA designation then that we're talking about, where it would be allowed outdoor, not anything minus the agricultural designation.
Those are certainly some of our discussions. Actually, I have one of our planning experts, George Rosasco, here that might be able to answer some of those questions more readily for us on lot size and some of those things. George?
George is over here.
Other side.
Yeah.
Yes, George Rosasco, Supervising Planner, Placer County Planning Services Division.
So
I missed the question. Sorry.
To the point that was just made about what residential land use designations does planning believe it would be appropriate for any kind of outdoor growth should we move forward with it? Would it be based on the land use designation as it relates to land use intensity, high, medium would not be appropriate, but low, rural, low? Or are we looking at that rural agricultural, the RA zoning? What kinds of land use is staff looking at for these?
Well, I think, I think you would ratchet it up, and I think this residential agriculture would be is where you get into 2.3, 4.6. There might be some limited outdoor grows allowed in that. And then when you get into larger pieces, they're usually zoned farm, 10, 20, 40, 60, 160. So those would be areas where I think you'd do a sliding scale. Maybe if you have 2.3 or 4.6 acres, maybe 6 outdoor plants is all that should happen. And with much more restrictive, screened, behind the house, that sort of thing, closer to your residence.
These are then the kinds of conversations that staff is comfortable with the board leaving to you based on our direction. Should we give direction today where we say we're willing to entertain some limited outdoor grows so long as they meet some of these concerns?
Absolutely. CEDRA is very well equipped to deal with the issue.
Supervisor Wygant, does that get at kind of your concern regarding the Sheridan?
Getting closer.
Okay.
Then I've got some ideas as we go through that.
Good.
Keep in mind, I am going to open up to the public, and we'll talk about that a little bit, but I want to make sure we get all the technical work done before we hear anything. Jim.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that any outdoor grows at a residence is occupied. There has to be either the owner in there or someone that leases or rents the property. It has to be occupied. So no outdoor grows in an unoccupied building. Okay, got it.
Okay. Is there anything else that staff would like to have us know before we go forward?
The only thing I'd like to just seek your direction on is anytime we have something of a registering requirement and something, there is, of course, an additional workload, and I think it would raise some questions of a fee to register, potential fines for noncompliance. So if your board has any guidance for us on that, we'd be happy to take that. Otherwise, if you'd like to leave that to staff's discretion to develop recommendations.
Yeah, I think that would be an appropriate conversation for staff to have, to say if we have some kind of a registration for medicinal grows outdoors, this is what we envision it's going to require by way of an FTE, and therefore here's what we think it's fair to charge.
And what I'm thinking in that vein, and so I want to pass on to staff, we're going to hear from the public. We're going to have a dialogue. We're going to give you direction. So if any of you are not clear, every now and then I'm assuming that the 5 of us might convey conflicting messages to staff. So I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to force us to clarify for you any direction that we have. One, and then so any and all of you, make sure with your specific responsibilities, make sure you get that clarity before we finish up, so that we all know that. But and then I've been making notes, but I think there are like 3 or 4 pulse points here that we need to go through before we finish up direction. With the goal of being, the idea was that you had drafted up ordinance based on board direction back in June, I guess it was. After doing a huge amount of work of outreach to the district attorney and the sheriff's department and the cities, so I want to appreciate that. So it sounds like there might be some modifications to that today, but the expectation is that we still want to wrap this up, in my view, as quickly as possible, but explicitly so that we can address enforcement as of the first of the year. So as we get into the springtime when no new grow season starts, that we're fully tooled up to make sure we have absolute compliance. That's my personal concern. So hopefully there are 5 of us who agree with that. So if we take a little bit longer as it related to the potential schedule you portrayed today, like by a meeting or so, that's okay with me, but there are 5 of us up here, and hopefully that's the same with all 5.
If the changes require a zoning text amendment, it's going to take longer because it would have to go to the Planning Commission.
Right. Thanks. And we'll need to know how much longer and provide direction accordingly. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up to the public seeking comment. You'll have 3 minutes. What I'd like you to do is get a line up in the middle here. But before you do that, I actually would want to remind everyone so that we don't stay here forever and actually in terms of your positions, they're going to be more effective to the board if we don't rehash things that have been discussed over the many months that we've been talking about this, but specifically address the comments that you heard today. We don't really need to hear whether or not you think marijuana is great, whether or not it's horrible, but I think specific to giving the board guidance on the details that we've been discussing at this particular point. And with that, Dennis, you're welcome to be the first speaker.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Dennis Ravel. I'm appearing here in a personal capacity, not in any representative capacity. And I would preface my comments by saying that I had a sibling, an older sister, who benefited from the use of medical marijuana the last several years of her life as she suffered from a very critical and chronic MS condition. With that being said, my purpose in appearing here today is to also suggest that the board request staff to research a particular aspect of this issue that may pose some overwhelming consequences that we haven't yet contemplated. Since the U.S. Department of Justice issued its policy statement regarding marijuana issues in Indian country on October 28, 2014, Indian nations and tribes throughout the United States, and particularly in California, have been considering whether to legalize marijuana for medicinal, agricultural, recreational, or commercial use on Indian land. In several states, tribes such as in Washington State have opted to engage in large commercial cultivation of marijuana for far beyond the size and scope of any of the options that this body was even presented by staff. In 2013 or 2014, the federal government issued a document that's affectionately been referred to as the Coal Memo. The Coal Memo basically suggested that the federal government would not interfere with any tribal activity in this regard on tribal land, even if in fact surrounding local jurisdictions, ordinances, state statutes, or laws prohibited that activity. California is a public law 280 state, which also delegates to the state and to local jurisdictions the ability to enforce state law on tribal land. I would respectfully request that, and this is not meant to infer anything about the tribal land or tribes in Placer County, but we certainly have seen a phenomenon of recent occurrence where tribes outside of a county will acquire land, it will be deemed tribal land, and then they can engage in tribal activity on that land. So it would apply to tribes even beyond the current residents of Placer County. I would suggest that staff be directed to examine this and report back to this board as to whether or not any tribal land in Placer County would be required to comply with the restrictions that this body ultimately passes.
Thank you.
If I can just make a comment on that, representing Indian tribes as my day job, I can't say that that is a fairly broad reading of that memo. As it stands right now in the state of California, the DOJ, Department of Interior, as well as the DEA have made raids on several tribal properties, two of them up in Modoc County, who were not my clients because my clients were advised not to do it. So there are several court cases that are going through right now going after those folks that did do those grows. But I do agree that this is something that we need to put at the back of the burner because the memo is out there and it could be subject to some interpretation that may be beyond what the scope of that is. So.
Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jason Morgan. I'd like to say good morning to the board members and the people of Placer County here. First of all, I'd like to let you know that I'm a property owner and a resident here in Placer County. I love this county. It's a beautiful county that we have here. And I'm also a father of two. And I'm very passionate about the cannabis plant and its medicinal values and properties and the reliefs and benefits it's brought to people. I am amazed sitting here, and it's been hard to sit still and keep my mouth shut, listening to people that have no experience whatsoever in growing marijuana, indoors or outdoors, clone to seed to clone, and how many successful harvests they have under their belt. And we're listening to people that are giving their expert opinion on something that, I'm sorry, this is my first meeting ever appearing here. I'm a little disappointed that the property owners and the people that are doing this aren't here in the greater showing that I like to see. I didn't bring my wife and my daughter and my son to show you how this is going to affect the families in Placer County. A little bit of heritage about this state and this county. I'm a third-generation Californian, I'm proud to say, and also the heritage of Placer County. If you remember, the train came in Colfax. I live up in the Colfax area, and the train was a big thing, the Transcontinental Railroad. People tried to get in the way, blow up the train tracks, stop the train. Well, the train came. And one of the things about the residents of Placer County is it used to be known as the old agriculture orchards. They used to provide all the vegetables and fruit for the workers that worked on the train tracks and that were the forefathers of this great county and of this great state. I'm going to try to keep it chronological order. I don't know, the counties, some of the things that come up that were interesting is the immunity. Like, you guys are worried about your immunity and how this is going to, just to remind you guys, it's scheduled a Class 1 drug. In the federal, it's illegal in the federal eyes still. All right? Yeah, the 64 thing's going to go forward probably. It's probably going to be legal, which I think is kind of a joke myself. It's just a big money thing, so how people can make money in this corporate world we live in. I bought a property. Last year was one of the largest land grabs in Placer County since the gold rush. So as far as deriving revenue and economics, and just to completely sidetrack, it's got nothing to do with these commercial grows, and people don't care about our community. They don't live here even. You know, there's all these bad things. You could say something bad about everything if you look at it. We don't bring up alcohol and tobacco, but the people that live here and that own property here and that have been California residents, I care about the environment, I care about the land, I care about the water that my daughter drinks. I care about all those things. I'm in 100% compliance. I'm standing before you in the courts right here. So, another note is on October 1st of this year, just a while back, I was compliant checked, by the way. And it's not clear across the board. And you're right, it is complaint driven. But the thing is that I find is there's no accountability for these complaints either. So if a neighbor simply doesn't like you for whatever reason, or because that you're growing medical marijuana, which you're in full compliance for, because I'm standing before you today to say that I was in 100% compliance. I feel like my rights were violated. There was no search warrant. They just come on your property and did their compliance check because the neighbor complained. Obviously, the complaint wasn't valid. They asked me about the septic system, this, that, and the other thing. I'm going to be losing my...
And I'm sorry.
Focus here. I'm sorry, one of my time, sir.
You need to finish up your comments.
Yes.
Because everybody gets 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Finish up.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm passionate. Like I said, I have 25 years experience in this world, and so I have a lot more to say. But like I said, as far as the experts' opinions, we're asking, and it seems like a lot of it was money. But my understanding is that it was 99. Yeah. It was 99 plants. You guys are talking about people that have 500 plants and everything. That's absurd to me. Ridiculous. Why?
Sir, your time's up. Please.
I'm sorry.
Thanks. Next speaker, please. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm making way for my associate. Placeholder.
Thank you. Board. Oh, it's a long walk. Hopefully you'll all get a copy of this. My name is Shelby Lucero. I've been an activist in California for the California cannabis community for years. I came to Placer County meeting, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. You can even see me on, I think it was Channel 3 interviewed me, and I said no bans. That meeting really struck a nerve with me. My compassionate heart reached out to the people that needed the medicine. As an ex-community liaison, head of town council, which is like a mayoral position, I understand where you guys are coming from. me and an associate of mine went back to the drawing board and said, you know, it's not easy for these people to understand who's compliant and who's not. I heard it again today. You know, you guys want registration. It's none of my business, although I have an opinion about what you do in your county. I have parents that live here. There's no way for patients to get safe access. In 6 plants, if you have cancer or seizure disorder, it just doesn't work. Whatever you do, regardless, with your county, and you're making the choice for others, not just for the county people on this board, I have a solution to your problem. You guys all talked about registration. Just like your grapes, you know, cannabis needs to follow registration. You need a good licensing program, and you need track and trace. My corporation is called Bud Tracker. I'm the CEO of it, and it really came from this Placer County meeting a few years ago. We said, why can't these people understand that people need their medicine? How is it that they can't understand which gardens are compliant and which aren't? We have a system. We want to create a pilot program for Placer County. We want to do it free of charge to the county. We have a registration process that we would be collecting from the grower. I was invited here today from a large growers group that said, look, we want to be compliant. We want to register. We want you to help us, Shelby. Please go speak to the County Board of Supervisors. We're local. We're right in Sacramento. We're competing for the state of California licensing and track and trace system. We can make this very easy for you. We're in the cloud, we're online, everybody can register, you can collect all your fees for licensing, you can collect all your taxes. I had the cutest little old man say, we don't want you marijuana people here, and I said, why? He says, you don't pay your taxes. Well, guess what? I sat down with him in 5 minutes. He said, I'd vote for you. Let's do this. I said, okay. So I don't want to go waste any more of your time. My information is on the flyers in front of you. I'll be around afterwards if you have questions. A private meeting, of course, is something that maybe we could talk about in the future, but I'm here to support you and make your job easier. And we just want to say there is a way for all of us to coexist. Whether you choose 12 plants or you choose a larger garden size, like I said, that's up to your county, but it can be regulated. Thank you.
Next speaker, please come forward, state your name for the record.
My name is Lisa Gresham Gordon, and I think she was worth holding a place for. Thank you, Shelby. I've studied compliance with Shelby around the state, and I want to talk about what's happened since we left here last. I noticed that in your options you went from 100 square feet, 50 square feet to 100 square feet to 10,000 square feet. MCRSA has approved on the state level the 1C license, which is the cottage cultivation license. That license allows 500 square feet. And I really, really appreciate, I'm sorry he's not here, but I appreciate the time that you've taken to study the issue of indoor grows, because I personally think that's a really bad idea. And I have specific interest in Rockland. I want to see you open a dispensary. I want to see David be able to grow in a more large setting for people in Jim's district area, so that residential doesn't have to have indoor grows in their small homes next to each other. It's just not right. What's happened in Citrus Heights, and I'm a 28-year resident from Citrus Heights, living at Sunrise and Antelope. What does that mean? It means I shopped in your community and I attended churches in your area. I was the Citrus Heights 4-H leader working under Roberta McGlashan until I was injured and moved to El Dorado County, where I've also studied compliance and growing there. They have a 200, 400, 600 square foot outdoor grow limit. And I'd really appreciate it if you would investigate some of these other grows and some larger options here. Citrus Heights, 2 advocates were in Citrus Heights at that meeting. They put in a not a grow ordinance, but a land use ordinance to allow for a larger commercial grow in Citrus Heights. So what does that mean if you allow a larger grow area? Where are you going to sell that product? Where are people going to obtain safe access? You need a dispensary in Placer County. So I'd encourage you to reach out. I know it's voting day. We all have our opinions on Proposition 64. El Dorado County has come out with their opinions, and I'm sure that you have yours, and I have mine. I am a patient. I have suffered from pharmaceuticals, and have had a past spinal injury, which has taken me out of the livestock business. I know all about setback requirements. As a rancher from Citrus Heights from 1985, riding out in corporation, I was grandfathered and grandfathered and grandfathered until, of course, by complaint base, I left Citrus Heights. So it can be done. Manufacturing can be handled with setback requirements. As a tour guide of the Sierras, Vineyards are our #1 product, right? We can handle this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bud Neville, Auburn business owner, Forest Hill resident, own property up there. Really concerned about how this restrictive ordinance will affect my business. I sell retail garden supplies, and we've done very well over the last 8 years paying our taxes. And restrictive ordinance, like you guys are proposing, even though you've loosened it a little bit, I think is going to negatively impact me and many other businesses in the area. And the other thing I wanted to express is my concern about the property values and what could potentially happen to places like Forest Hill and the higher real estate up there. Because as long as you restrict the cultivation of cannabis, particularly specifically to indoors, my property loses value. And those are my two biggest concerns with the restrictive ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Randall Everett, and I just wanted to, I've been helping grow cannabis and the medical movement for a long time now. I've worked at indoor garden stores where we special in indoor growing and so on, and there's a lot of fires, and it doesn't need to be a big garden to make mold and make it poisonous. I mean, it just can be built wrong. So, I mean, a closet can make a whole house poisonous. So, I mean, those are big concerns that you need to adjust. And if you're doing checking on power and all that, your price of medicine is going to be through the roof to produce yourself. And if you have bans on getting it to the patients and so on, you're just going to encourage the underground market to come into your community and pick up where the patients can't supply themselves, you know, and I'd hate to see that happen. We work with a lot of patients, and we're trying to get healthy medicine to them. We understand your concerns about it going out to the community. You have a beautiful community here. You want to keep it under control and make sure it doesn't turn a hot mess, but at the same time, we have sick people that depend on this medicine to have it, and if you really put the ban, I mean, if you do 50 square feet times 6, you have under a 3 by 3 foot canopy. I mean, a plant can't produce anything in there. People are going to grow bigger. It's going to crowd the areas. It's going to produce mold, all kinds of disease. I mean, it's just going to be a hot mess. I mean, you should consider outdoor or even possibly greenhouse production where you have a little more control. You don't have a carbon footprint. I mean, if everybody grows 6 plants inside, the carbon footprint from the chemicals they're flushing down their toilets because they're going to do hydro, and the power that they're using, I mean, that's a big carbon footprint, and it's not going to make healthy medicine. So, I mean, I just wish that you consider everything, and I gladly help out with any questions or any help I can give for you guys to understand, and like whatever we can do to get the patients what they need so they're within the California guidelines. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, and I don't see any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Schroll. I'm a pastor, martial arts instructor, and I'm heavily involved with the youth football in the area. And I'm here so I in no way want access for our children any more than any of the rest of you do. I see it, and I see that, but I'm here to advocate for access, safe access. I watched my mother die. I watched her last 2 years of her life asking me what she should do, and I was serving as a pastor and conflicted about it. And I ended up telling her, yeah, you need to do this. You need to, it's something that's going to possibly extend your life. And I thank God that she did it, that she accepted my advice, and she partook, she used the medicine, and it extended her life, and I was able to see her and get to know her for another 14 months. Okay? And then some years later, I suffered a catastrophic back injury. I spent 19 months on my back. I had an insurance nightmare. And I was literally in a bed from April of 2013 until October of 2014. And during that time, because of the insurance nightmare, I could not access opiates. I could not get pain medication through a doctor, other than going and paying astronomical amounts of money, cash out of pocket. If you've ever tried to buy prescription medication, you know how much that costs if you don't have insurance. So luckily, again, thank God that I have friends and family that helped me out and were able to give me medicine. Well, I couldn't grow it. My mom couldn't grow it. We couldn't do that on our own. We have to have access. If we don't have access, these patients are going to suffer and die, and we're going to lose people that we love just because they cannot grow it on their own. Are you kidding? So I beg you to just consider that in your deliberations, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kiki Simpson, and I have been a medical marijuana patient for at least 10 years. I cannot take any painkillers, etc. I only use it in the evening when I'm at home, and I also grow my own. And I think it's important for us to grow outside. I've tried both, inside and outside. The indoor grows are very dangerous, very dangerous. You don't want your house to catch on fire. And my husband was a 30-year Menlo Park Police Department sergeant, Detective Sergeant David. He was probably there when you were there. And he never touches it. He smoked it in high school, didn't like it, so he never touched it. But he has no problem with me using it. And I do have a problem with, extra help being used. Wait, I think I'd like to apply for the job. So anyway, I think that it's a waste of police money put in to use the police to go find grows. It's ridiculous. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Casey Brown. I'm going to end this conversation, tell you a little bit about myself. I'm U.S. Coast Guard. I did drug interdictions in the Caribbean for 4 years of my life, as well as migrant operations. Firsthand, I've seen the war on drugs become an extreme failure. I've been part of a 5,000-pound cocaine bust, 4,000-pound marijuana bust, and a 14-metric-ton cocaine bust. I've been involved in the cannabis industry one way or another for the past 9 years. I've coached our youth football here in Placer County for Junior Hillman. My son's probably played many of your kids. I'm a member of your community. My son's played basketball with many of your kids. I've probably coached several of your kids in the audience, and nobody ever knew what I did. I come out in January and started making my voice heard because of what's going on in Placer County. I run a successful business where my company's Masquerade Fundraising. I've donated over $1.4 million to hospitals throughout Northern California, and that's me, and I'm involved in the cannabis industry. That's who a lot of these responsible people are. They are all very business-minded people that want to come forward, that want to, be members of the community and give back. Let's move on to the kids. We talk about pushing the stuff indoor. We talk about putting 6 plants outdoor. People need right to their medicine, to grow their medicine. They have rights to their prescription pills. We're not putting any limitations on that. We're not, what can we put in limitations on? A triple lock method in the home to keep them safe from the meds, a fence around the outdoor, responsible, reasonable recommendations. You push it in kids, we're doing exactly what we don't want to do. It's going to be in their bedroom. It's going to be next to their bedroom. It's going to be in the basement. It's going to cause mold, health issues. Registering each and every patient in Placer County that wants to grow their own personal medication. And we need to look at the HIPAA violations that incurs, a right between a doctor and a patient to have a certain privacy. And just because it's cannabis, just because we view this plant as a bad thing, some people, we view it as a positive thing. There is a certain violation of rights there that we need to entertain. Your friend that grows cannabis or your friend that consumes cannabis might not want everybody to know that they do if they're only doing it personally. Now, I believe if we bring in, commercial cultivation, the cottage industry came through California for a reason. The governor signed off on cottage industry for a reason. Placer County has 6,000 grows according to your own staff's reports. You know, your Ag Commission voted 9-0 to allow an ordinance to treat it as ag right to farm. They voted 9-0 to include it as a Williamson Act crop. All your MAC meetings approved commercial cultivation. You know, we're looking for at least something here in Placer County. You have a lot of families that are going to be affected by this. Are our constituents and taxpayers ready to start flipping the bill for them? You know, are we ready to start putting people in jail over this? We have a big homeless population we need to be concerned about, and our police force is already tied up in North Auburn from that, and I'm a North Auburn resident, and I see it every day. You know, in our budget that you mentioned, the $669,000 and $843,000, is the money included in that from the code enforcement that you've been speaking about? You know, what does that budget outline, and what all does that entail? It's just questions everybody has. Thank you for your time, Board.
Hello, my name is Levi Yano. Let me start by saying to not only you guys up here, but everyone behind me, 50 square foot of outdoor isn't a favor to you guys. All right? You guys need to understand that.
You need
and
to
everyone
direct
up
your
there,
comments to the board, please.
Okay, everyone up there needs to understand. 50 square foot of outdoor isn't a favor. It's about one legitimate plant better than a ban. And that's just the truth. And then aside from that, why are we still having this argument? Voters approved medical marijuana in California 20 years ago. Today, whether you like it or not, they're going to approve recreational marijuana. Now, there are still states left in this country, Kansas, Nebraska, if you really hate weed that much. But 20 years ago, voters in California approved this. 20 years, 2 decades. Why are we still having the same conversations? You can come in to the industry and welcome the industry with open arms, or you can limp in 5 years later when everyone else has already gotten their money.
Thank you to this board for having this meeting today and for accepting public comments. I'm Teresa Cody. I'm a property owner in Placer County. I came back to Placer County after years of being away because I love this area and I love the people. I had prepared remarks here, but I think I'm going to skip this because there's something more important that I think we need to get a handle on. We're talking policy here. And in my world, I'm a medical marijuana patient now for medical cannabis for a few months. I have a chronic terminal illness. I have been on any kind of pharmaceutical you can imagine. It was disastrous effects. I tried it a few months ago, and the effects have been nothing less than miraculous. So, what we're talking about here, policy and how much square footage for grows and stuff, that's the easy stuff. I'll tell you what's hard is the medicine, is the medical stuff. And until you get a grasp of the true medical challenges that many of us face, we won't have holistic discussions about what needs to happen. This is your decision. You're going to decide the health and welfare for lots and lots of people. But I'm telling you, I can't grow an air plant. So I'm dependent upon growers and suppliers and dispensaries for the medication that has literally changed my life. And I have friends who have witnessed it. It's only been over a few months. It's remarkable. And I implore you to throw out the arbitrary numbers in your heads about what people should do or what they shouldn't do or how we have to enforce compliance. We need to remove that from our thinking, because until we get to a place where we can share as a group that we are in a community that cares for one another as human beings, we are going to get nowhere. So I have trust that in the end we'll do the right thing. The problem is, how long will it take to get to that end? I have hope that your ears will be open and that you will consider the true life and death issues that people face and the grief and despair family members who are witnessing their loved ones deal with intractable health concerns. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Patesky, and I've been a resident of Newcastle since 1989. I'm not a grower, I'm not a user, but I am a taxpayer. And just listening to the comments this morning, I am extremely concerned about this new this new war on drugs, specifically marijuana, and what it's going to cost us. And I'm concerned about the safety of your county people that are going to try to enforce all this. That being said, I would like to turn to my own comments. I am here today to comment on the need for sensible laws regulating the access to medical marijuana. Please consider these regulations carefully. I'm also a friend of Teresa's, and I can vouch for what she said. She is a different person in the last 2 months. It is common knowledge that marijuana helps people with chronic pain, cancer, seizures, anxiety, and neurological disorders. Once this nation actually funds proper research on medical marijuana, who knows what else it can do. Placer County needs to realize the tax benefits from the sale of medical marijuana. It can build things, help our schools, fix our roads, do all kinds of fine things for our county. Medical marijuana has been used to help patients who are chronically or terminally ill. Dispensaries need to be convenient, not miles and miles away. Having only one major caregiver who can get this medication for a bedridden patient is unrealistic. Suppose a major the caregiver can't drive or doesn't have access to a car, or is a minor, or heaven forbids, gets ill or temporarily incapacitated by a fall or something. Is that bedridden person or distant family member going to have to jump through piles of red tape to get this medication for themselves, their friend, a loved one, or a person they are providing day-to-day care? I can order any doctor prescribed medication I need and get refills mailed to my house by Kaiser. Medical marijuana should be treated the same. It should have the convenient dispensaries or be able to be mailed or delivered to the individual in need. It's a medicine. And I agree with I think you guys need to go back to square one. I think you need to listen to that woman who came up here and handed out her flyer. I think this is a huge issue. It's a potential crop for Placer County, a possible income for Placer County, and I think that you have to look at it through different eyes because it is a real thing that can really help people. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. Please come forward, state your name.
My name is Al Ferentine. I presently don't live in the county. Over the last 10, 15 years, I've had multiple pieces of property in the county. I was involved in construction my whole life, then got into a building inspector, code enforcement. Hurt my back. I'm disabled right now. My wife is disabled. My daughter's disabled. I have a daughter who's schizophrenic. My wife and I do everything we can to keep her from smoking. The marijuana is worse. It's the worst thing for her. Presently, she's in Nevada County. I had property in Placer, and I wanted to move her in Placer, but I wasn't able to move her in Placer because in Nevada County, they deliver her medicine. She's in assisted housing. They have great mental health programs in Nevada County. I wanted to move her in Placer County. So now I get back to the reason I'm bringing that up, because it always comes down to priorities as far as where we spend our money. You're talking about spending $850,000 to monitor marijuana on what I've seen is the most restrictive ordinance of anywhere in the state. You have areas like Richmond, you have areas where they're embracing it. You have Sierra County and Yuba County that have ordinances where they're not enforcing it because the revenue is not there. You're shutting down libraries and you're doing things in this county and you're saying the mental health programs you have in this county are almost non-existent. Like I said, what we have in Nevada County, it's a shame. I had a rental property, couldn't bring my daughter in there because none of the services that Nevada County offer. So, to go ahead and It's all about priorities to go ahead. The day that they're voting recreational marijuana in, the most restrictive marijuana ordinance in the state, it's unbelievable. Business-wise, I mean, all the businesses in the county are going to be affected. Hanson Brothers, who has, their business is going to be cut probably by 2/3. You're talking about dirt guys. I mean, economically in the county, to spend $850,000 as a priority when it's not going to affect the availability, it's just going to come from another county in, just because, hey, recreational marijuana is here to stay. It's being voted on today. And whatever you guys decide is not going to change it. The decision you're making, though, is going to be so brutal on the constituents of the people in this county who elected you. I mean, Home Depot, Hills Flat, all the dirt guys, the well drilling companies, their businesses are going to be cut huge. I mean, if you keep this thing up in another year or two, this county is not even going to look like the county you see right now. Property values are going to be down. Properties that people have paid $200,000 for are going to be worth $100,000. I mean, it's going to be unbelievable.
Heidi, I'm a Forest Hill resident, and a couple of items that I've heard come up about is if you have any space to even grow it within your house. I haven't got 2 extra feet to grow a plant, let alone 50 square feet. And the other is the cost of having to continue the electric bills to grow the medicine. It's just cost prohibitive. So there's no sense of just restricting it to indoors when the people at the lower end of the spectrum can't even, think of doing it indoors whatsoever. They'd have to do it outdoors. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
And we need your name for the record, I'm sorry.
Rich Georgie.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Mario Reyes. I've been an Auburn resident for my whole life. I work at the Grobiz in Rockland. I'm really here just because that aspect alone. I think this vote is directly going to affect our business, and if we are able to maintain business. You guys are talking about an indoor ordinance of 6 plants, 50 square feet. Well, I'll tell you this right now. A lot of people grow way bigger than that outdoors, and as far as indoors, 50 square feet is nothing. And you're going to encourage mold, like you guys were already saying. You're going to encourage fires. You're going to encourage people not to go through the proper channels of getting an electrician out to their house to get their wired properly by a licensed electrician, etc., because they're not going to have safe access. They're going to be scared of who they're bringing in their house is going to call code enforcement or whatever. Code enforcement, it seems like, to me, yeah, I have the same concerns as you do. Is it necessarily safe for them? Probably not. But at the same aspect, what happens if they have a bad day? Are they going to give someone a $1,000 fine? Because we all have bad days, That's what was my main concern. Another thing is just the overall business aspect of it. I don't know if you guys push this. Placer County is a huge county. We get business from Tahoe, Sacramento, a lot of neighbors, Sutter, Yuba County, at my store. And if you guys go through with this at the strictest ordinance that I've seen ever, Nevada County is square footage as per acreage. El Dorado County is square footage about per acreage. You guys are talking 50 square feet no matter what. And that little display I seen of indoor growing, so no one in Granite Bay can grow at all. Safe access. That's not safe access whatsoever. People need to be able to get their medicine. There's a lot of people that need medicine for medicinal aspects. My grandma was a breast cancer survivor, and she needed that when she was going through chemotherapy just to be able to eat. So for you guys to say, hey, let's just do this. Let's just go indoor. Well, you're hindering the patients, and you're hindering people can't afford indoors. They can't afford the equipment, the PG&E bills. At what point would they be just paying PG&E, sharing revenue? Here you go, PG&E. And when they could go to the black market and get it for cheaper. All you guys are going to do is encourage it to the black market by not having dispensaries or any safe access here. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Dave Butler. I'm Vice Mayor of the City of Rockland. I'm afraid I'm going to be somewhat of a contrarian this morning. I speak on behalf of our council and informally on behalf of many of the local elected officials throughout Placer County. We've had many conversations about this. And our council supports the ordinance as written that's presented before you. My position has been that the world's going to change probably after today with respect to recreational marijuana in California. And it's really important for us as cities and within the county of Placer to have as small of a footprint with respect to enabling and allowing not just medicinal but also recreational marijuana as possible until we see what the world looks like in the future. We can always expand the land use ordinance if we want to later, but for right now we ought to keep it small and narrow until we see the performance of other communities. If their school test scores rise, if their public safety improves, then we can look to see if we want to follow suit. Just remember that state legislation and also the ballot measure that's before you places as a primacy local control with respect to land use and also consumption. So I just remind you of that. Nobody's talking about eliminating medical marijuana in Placer County. We understand the importance of the use of that. If you did want to go and allow limited outdoor grows, I'd encourage you to ensure that those are permitted and also ensure that there's buffers between those grows and the neighbors. And if indoor grows are such a public health hazard and also a public safety hazard with respect to fire, mold, energy use, etc., you might contemplate permitting indoor grows as well and allow your code enforcement people the ability and the opportunity to inspect those sites. So thanks for your time and look forward to your deliberation.
Thank you, Dave.
Hello, my name is Ray Cunningham. I live in the little town of Dutch Flat, very rural community. Looking at your maps, he's right. You can't grow inside, the cities. So where did this go? It goes to our area. It goes out right now. It's out there in Placer County in the rural areas. My question to the code enforcement is grows legal now? Does anybody know? Can you legally grow outdoors right now? You can, right. Right now, where we live in our little community, there's grows everywhere. It stinks. It smells like a bunch of skunks. Not anymore. Yeah, it's all been harvested. You're right.
Please direct your comments.
You're right. But my point is this. I live in the heart of Dutch Flat, a very rural community. We have people coming into our community, it's their legal right, from out of state, Idaho, Colorado, Nevada. They're running up and down the streets, speeding through town. I've complained about it. Outdoor grows, you talk to law enforcement, we can't do anything about it. Well, right now, she's right, it doesn't smell anymore. It gets where you can't even go outside and sit on the patio. The stench is so bad. You have, I call them crooks, gangsters, what do you want to call it, coming up and down the street, and I know that for a fact. They've been arrested. When is this going to stop? Our little town, we can't handle that. Right now, there is just too much violence. Right now, you got gang graffiti in the little town. We've never had that before. It shouldn't be. Just checking my notes here real quick because I jotted down real quick. We have resident deputies, supposedly. They drive through our town once in the morning, that's it. If there's an issue in town, you handle it yourself. Or call and get in line and you never hear from them again. Not to their fault. They just don't have the staff to control the criminal element in town. The thieving is up, the burglaries are up. I'm just to disagree with the outdoor grows. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take this one last speaker and they're going to bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen of the board. My name is Sam Burns. I am an attorney in Placer County. I'm a Placer County resident of District 5. and I represent a lot of people in the cannabis industry. I also am a member of the Placer County Growers Association. You've heard from some folks from that Growers Association earlier today. Placer County Growers Association was handing out this sticker that said, fair regulations equals safe communities. And I think it bears stating what a safe community actually is. A safe community is not a community where folks are going to be moving into a house in danger of mold exposure because everything was, all these grows are forced indoors and they get into a house none the wiser that there's mold inside the walls. A safe community is not one where people within town or near town in Dutch Flat or within town or within in the cities of California or in the cities of this county, excuse me, or within town in Sheridan should be exposed to any outdoor stinky nuisances that might be right in their residential neighborhood where it's a bunch of eighth-acre, quarter-acre, half-acre plots. A safe community is also one where the kids who get out of Del Oro High School and are waiting for their parents to pick them up have a library to walk over to instead of having to go to the other side of the tracks or figure out what they're going to do and be left to their own devices. And I think with all that in mind, we then turn to what a fair regulation is. A fair regulation is one that gets rid of all the possibility of growing outdoors in a place like Sheridan, a place right outside the cities like where Supervisor Duran stated he lives. A fair regulation is one that gets rid of that possibility of the mold inside when you move into the house unsuspectingly. It's a regulation that gets rid of the possibilities of a landlord being sued because of the mold, or a landlord who has a squatter on the back of their property growing being subject to $75,000 in fines because that squatter grew unbeknownst to them, and it ultimately comes down to a hearing officer to see whether they should be relieved. And it's one that does not waste hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on law enforcement efforts for people who want to abide by regulations, have potential regulations that they can abide by, and in the meantime keeps libraries closed and schools needing to put in $100 million bond measures every time there is or every election, as it were, last two elections. A fair regulation is staring this board in the face, and that's one with very strict land use, very strict regulation, takes advantage of the huge properties that are up above Dutch Flat and out kind of in the middle of nowhere in Supervisor Wygant's district and in District 5, and allows some very limited, very well-regulated commercial cultivation there. So, and gives access to all patients who need it.
All right, we need to finish this up, so if these would be the last three speakers, and we've heard this several times before. Most of the comments, the vast majority of comments, frankly, have not been comments that have been insightful or specific to the ordinance that's in front of us. So we don't need to keep hearing the same thing over and over again. It's not going to serve your argument well. Board has a meeting that we have to finish up. So if you could please make your comments specific to what you heard today or what is proposed in the staff report, that would be helpful. And if you could make them brief, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good day, Supervisors. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I'm the Director of a Therapeutic Alternative, a City of Sacramento regulated, permitted, and taxed dispensary. We've been open for 8 years. I'm also a resident of unincorporated Placer County, and I'm a cannabis grower. I bring up that I'm the Director of a Therapeutic Alternative because we've been open for 8 years, and the sky has not fallen. We are providing a valuable service to seriously ill patients, patients who don't have the money or the able body to grow indoors. I've been an indoor and outdoor grower for 15 years. I know the ins and outs. I've also worked on a number of ordinances over the last decade. So there are a number of solutions to the problems that I hear coming up today, which we can talk about in private meetings. I just want to first of all thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for looking at different options and for realizing that there are a number of concerns in pushing the growing indoor. Concerns being that it's taking away living space from families. It's high energy consumption. Each of these lights costs $200 a month, and you need a light to grow one plant. So 200 times 6 is $1,200 a month for energy consumption. The equipment is very expensive, and it requires a great deal of strength and multiple people to set up and to run an indoor cultivation site. And also, you've heard many other problems with mold and mildew. So I just want to thank you for looking at a variety of different zones and setbacks, things that the California Growers Association and the Placer Growers Association joins you in supporting. We support reasonable regulations. We support setbacks. We support residency requirements. We support protecting our neighborhoods and protecting our children also. So I just want you to know that there's a number of people in this community that are too scared to stand up here today, but the California Department of Food and Agriculture has done a survey and has found that there are 700 businesses and operators, farmers in Placer County that would like to get state licensure in 2018. We do have an industry that can be regulated, can be licensed, can be taxed, and can cover more than that $694,000 a year. There are absolutely solutions that have been happening and have been proven over time, over the last decade, that the sky does not fall, crime does not go up, that security in place provides patients, seriously ill patients, with a number of various illnesses and disorders, safe access. And the one thing you're missing today is dispensaries. We have thousands of patients that drive to Sacramento, Placer County residents that drive hours, that have cancer, that have epilepsy. Their children often go without medication and they're having seizures because they can't get to Sacramento. It's ridiculous. You need dispensaries in Placer County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rich Miller from Americans for Safe Access. I also am a board of director for the California Growers Association. I also sit on the Placer County Growers Association. I am a resident, and I also work at a therapeutic alternative. As Kimberly stated, patients don't have access, and currently I'd like to thank you for moving forward with this. I have spoke before you a number of times over the years, and I must commend you for moving forward and taking action. However, I must point out, as I sent a letter back to you June 17th that outlined that interruption of any of the statutory regulations that went through with MCRSA last year, that an interruption of any of the process during that process will actually deny patients the right to access. The fact that the county is only limiting to 50 square feet, and that the fact that MCRSA will not allow patients to any longer exchange, get remunerated for medicine, they will have no access in this community. And the overwhelming question that comes up between all the patients that I deal with, and literally thousands of patients over the years, is that they do not know how they're going to have access to their medicine. So it is extremely important as we move forward that we take a look at that letter back in June 17 explaining each individual aspect of the industry and to consider it for the patients to have safe, affordable access. We must think of the compassions of the patients, especially those most in need. And those most in need, quite frankly, can't grow, or they are limited on their land space, or they are limited to the cities that do not allow it. The cities have stated their position by not allowing it. However, you must remain committed to your constituents and the people that are here before you today and only address the unincorporated areas and not take into consideration the city's policies. The cities have stated their policies and they apply only to their policies. I want you to know that with the passage of 64, it could make things worse for you, so I don't want to take that lightly. Although we know the social injustice that has been before us and that the fact that prohibition has not worked for 80 years, simply by only allowing limited cultivation of 50 square feet will actually perpetuate the very fears that you're concerned about happening and the proliferation of the black market. So I would hope that you would take into consideration also the bill that was passed by Mr. Wood last year, AB 2516, which is the cottage industry bill, to allow between 2,500 and 5,000 square feet for cultivation in specific land use that is agricultural and thereby creating a program that will be beneficial to the patients, as well as providing a dispensary for those patients that can't collectively cultivate, because that will no
Please wrap up
longer
your
be
comments.
legal. And I thank you for your time, but it begins at the end of social and stigma
Sorry, please wrap up your
associated
comments.
with injustice of commercialization and criminalization. Thank you.
This will be our last speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Eli Beardsley, and I'll be really quick. I moved to Colfax in 5th grade. My family owns property in Colfax in Nevada County. I'm a third-generation farmer, maybe more than that. And I just am very much appreciative that you are listening to the people who have met with you, listening to your constituents, and that the mood in this meeting and the way that the conversation is going in the right direction. So I really appreciate that, and it really helps me to have faith in, this process. So thank you for that, for one. And I really hope that as we move forward, we can think about possibly caregivers. There's a lot of people who, as you've heard, are not able to cultivate for themselves, and people who are older, parents, grandparents who might have cancer, debilitating diseases. It's really beneficial to have their caregivers or their family be able to be their medical caregivers for their cannabis. Two different kinds of caregivers. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for listening to the voices of the people.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I think we have a draft ordinance in front of us, and my colleagues will readily correct me if they think I'm wrong, of course. But what I've heard is that all five of us, as it relates to the draft ordinance, are receptive to some inclusion as it relates to out-of-door grows. And what I thought would be the smartest and most efficient is just go down the line one way or another and let everybody give their specific perspectives on that. And then make sure we check back in with everybody in staff to make sure that you have all the clarity that you need, so then we can bring back final ordinance for consideration for the readings that are required. And I think with that, I'll start one side or the other. Does that sound good to everybody? We'll take it from there. Jack, Kirk?
Sure.
Jeff?
All right. No, I think this has been a very good discussion. I think it's been an adult discussion compared to some of the discussions that we've had in the past. And I think one of the concerns that I have, again, is going to be on penalties. And making sure that there is enough discretion if someone is trying to comply, that they're not hit over the head with excessive penalties. I deal with the federal government, and in some instances, some of my clients are penalized $25,000 a day for certain things. We can usually massage that down, but the question is that if these folks are growing either indoors or outdoors, they're trying to grow for themselves. So I think that's important. I think the issue of setbacks are really important and along border areas. So I think that's something that also needs to be discussed. I certainly don't want kids walking down Baseline Road and being able to pull something off of somebody's backyard or make it easy for someone to do something like that. So that's important. I think we've thoroughly discussed the issue with regards to code enforcement. I think that you've got certain instructions on. I appreciate the fact that it's well thought out. There may be, as we move forward with enforcement, there may be some wrinkles that we should have the flexibility to be able to massage to get right. And finally, I'm really optimistic of what I've heard today, because I think, throughout this discussion, there's always been, it appeared that there was a group of folks that were ready, willing, and able to trample on somebody else's rights. And when it's your right that's being trampled on, that's the most critical piece in the world, is that it's okay for us to gore somebody else's ox, but don't gore my ox. And the issue of policy is trying to find that balance between rights. And in this instance, we've got those folks that have the right to be to their property and to not be imposed upon. with regards to smells and criminal activity and those kinds of things. And we've got to balance the rights that do have a state right to their medicine. Again, we're not talking about recreational use. We're talking about the medicinal policy. And when I hear people say and come up to the podium and say, "Well, just burn it all," that really scares the hell out of me, because I can remember hearing back in the 1940s in Germany the burning of books and other kinds of things that we don't like. Now, I don't like this just like anybody else, but it's the law, and we've got to figure out a way to massage this and manage it and get through it. And that's really what I think we're trying to do, and I'm glad to hear that we finally got to that sweet spot, if you will, where we can have that discussion and try to do what's in the best interest of all our constituents, not just the one group that yells the loudest. So,
Jim?
First of all, I want to thank staff for their hard work that they've done on this over the last year and a half or 2 years. And it's certainly been a learning experience for me. As I said before, we live in a diverse county. We have to recognize the quality of life that we have in this county, and particularly in our cities. I'm very sensitive to their concerns. This is kind of like a metamorphosis. We're kind of evolving into some kind of an ordinance that works for everybody. It's going to take some time. It might be messy at times. It might not be pretty at times. But being as a conservative county as we are, I think that's the way we move forward. A true conservative will be careful about how they move forward. And as things go on, we can expand the footprint of medical marijuana use in the county. I understand the concerns about dispensaries. I have no issue having 1 or 2 dispensaries in Placer County, but again, I don't see the political will at this time. So as we move forward and as this ordinance is crafted, maybe there's some room in there for that. I am very sensitive to Supervisor Wygant's concerns about Sheridan and Supervisor Montgomery's concerns about Dutch Flat. I don't know how we can isolate those areas to make sure that those small communities are protected from the odor and all the activities with growing of medical marijuana. But again, I'm keeping an open mind. This is an issue that's going to have to progress over time, and it has to be slow. Anyhow, thank you again, staff, for all your work on this.
Okay, so I'll just, my additions will be that I'm receptive to this notion of having some kind of a registration. Private registration kind of sounds like it makes sense. I know that gets a little bit involved, but I still think it's a good idea, so that particularly the people that are our administrative assistants and those with whom we work most closely can simply check in to see if there's a legal grow or not in a particular place, and it'd be easier for us to implement enforcement and more cost effective. As it relates to what is the magic size or amount or regulation regarding urban grows, obviously everybody's well aware now of my concerns about Sheridan, where you have 99 plants in a small black backyard, and it's akin to having a turkey farm in an urban setting. It just is an absolute incompatible use, just from that perspective, regardless of what the product's used for, just period. But so I guess what I'm asking is for staff to come back with some specific recommendations to focus on that compatibility issue. Smaller and more invisible is better to me in urban settings. But again, there's this balance of causing problems by pushing everything indoors as compared to tending to push it outdoor too. In the very rural areas that I represent, as Jack just mentioned, we want to have regulation that allows us to deal with access, particularly by young people, just because something's being grown in an area that's out in the country and easy for somebody to get to. Additionally, we've done things successfully in the past where in situations like this, depending on the parcel size, and George, you've got some experience with this, if you require grows to be closer to the residents upon the parcel in question as compared to it being closer to their property line, so it's less of a nuisance to them. Those are the kinds of things I would like you to come back to me with some recommendations regarding. I like the idea about any grows being on our residence, regardless of its setting, rural, residential, and agricultural, being occupied. I would want to see a prohibition on any grows on parcels that are unoccupied at this particular point in time. So, Jennifer.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions first before I self-medicate by venting my own comments here. Have we done any sort of GHG analysis on this? I mean, my concern is there are some fairly significant energy use implications that could come out of moving so many grows indoors. And how does that not trigger a CEQA analysis for this? Not sure who I'm asking that question of.
Yeah, excuse me, I don't believe there has been an energy analysis, but there has been a recent case involving CEQA and the exemption that we were claiming for this particular draft ordinance, and the court has upheld the exemption, saying that the ordinance in question came out of San Diego was exempt from CEQA.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, not being a lawyer. The last time we had a conversation about, not this specifically, but when we adopted our budget in early September, I did ask for some work to be done to try to do some sort of quantitative analysis around the property tax issue that came up. A number of properties have sold for pretty good values over the past 5 to 6 years in Placer County. Did we have an opportunity to take a look at what we think the implications would be of prohibiting outdoor grows and implications for land value and property tax collection?
We have studied that and understood that there were pressures that both increased values and decreased depending on the setting. So we have not come up with specific quantifications of those, but we could do further work there if you'd like.
Yeah, I am concerned about what it means, frankly, to our bottom line. I mean, we fund a lot of law enforcement out of general fund. We fund our libraries. We're cutting our libraries. In addition to not creating a platform under which we can collect revenue, we're actually now spending more general fund than we had envisioned. So I am concerned about what that might look like. So any additional work you could do on that would be extremely helpful. And I just want to reiterate, based on some comments here that, I understand that cities have created their own regulations, and that's great. They are independent jurisdictions. Just as the discussion with the power lines in Vineyards, we create our own regulations and our own set of ordinances and expectations. And I don't think this board should be making decisions based on what cities do or don't want us to do. Someone did bring up the fact that this is the most restrictive ordinance in the state. It's my belief that it actually is. Am I correct in believing that? Yeah, that's what I thought. I would like some discussion and some consideration given to, if not dispensaries, and it sounds like the board's not ready to go there, can we allow delivery? There are people who cannot grow their own medical marijuana, because they are too ill, they are too disabled. And so their option is get in a car and drive to Sacramento or have something delivered into the county. So I would strongly consider that we allow some sort of delivery into the county to folks who are, have legitimate medical marijuana cards. Otherwise, I think we have some real concerns about, do they have safe legal access, which the state of California seems to believe they should. I am still concerned about the safety of county employees. I'm delighted that code enforcement and the sheriff's office have come up to something they think is workable, but it's a complex issue, and what looks like a good guy on the outside may not be. And I am very concerned about what that means, particularly, no offense to our law enforcement specifically, but to our code enforcement officers who don't carry weapons and don't have that kind of situational training. Just from the psychotherapy standpoint now of my comments, I have been contacted by a number of long-term, multi-generational Placer County families who tell me that they grow on a very limited commercial basis in order to stay in Placer County, that they cannot afford to continue to live here if they can't grow, 20 to 30 plants for commercial sale to legitimate dispensaries currently in Sacramento. And it concerns me that these people who are very conservative, these are not, what you think of when you think of marijuana growers. They've made the effort to come to me and say that this is a real concern, that they are afraid they will lose their homes and that their families will have to move out of Placer County. So I would ask our board to give some consideration to that. It does concern me. Again, it gets back at the end of the day to property values. In terms of this being a code enforcement issue, which is not necessarily complaint-driven, but is self-initiated by the county, I've already expressed to Tim that I have real concerns about how I look residents in the eye who have seriously multi-year code enforcement issues pending that have not been resolved, that maybe have, frankly, a more harmful outcome going than someone who's growing 10 plants. How do I look them in the eye and say, yeah, gee, I'm really sorry someone's dumping toxics in your neighborhood, but, we're going to go after this guy who's growing 10 plants. I just don't know how I do that legitimately to my constituents. So in June, I opposed bringing the ordinance forward as directed, and even with the minimal changes that the board seems to be willing to consider, I still oppose this. I think it is too restrictive. I really believe that we can craft good, strong outdoor grow regulations that do allow for safe, controlled grows in areas like Sheridan and in areas like Dutch Flat. I've talked about it before, limited numbers of plants, no residential grows, large properties only, regulation around water use, pesticides, rodenticides, screened and protected grow areas. There is just so much that we could put into place that would protect neighbors who don't want to have to smell skunk weed all the time, but would also allow people to grow legitimately and safely, as our Agricultural Commission suggested they be able to do. So while I'm really glad that the board is willing to look at something a little bit less restrictive, if it comes back with a lot of this same restrictive regulation around it in a month, or actually 2 weeks, or whatever the time frame is currently, I'm going to have to vote against it. So those are my comments.
I would simply remind staff that we got here today as a result of a 3-2 vote, and that while one of my colleagues has expressed her desire to see a whole lot of additional information and inclusion, I don't hear 3 votes to provide that kind of direction to staff. And so I would encourage staff to take to heart the direction that has been heard from the majority of the board that got us to where we are today with this ordinance. I am willing to modify the previous direction that I made based on some of the concerns that have been expressed about the indoor grows, and look at limited outdoor cultivation with proper permitting and proper oversight. But beyond that, I'm not interested in making any additional modifications to the direction that was given to staff in June. And I do want to specify that we are here as a result of the conversation around medicinal marijuana, not recreational, and that at a bare minimum, I would hope that we would view the presence of any kind of grows that might be associated with recreational use at a bare minimum with the same type of restrictive look that we're giving medicinal, and perhaps even more so. So, Mr. Chairman, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, so then want to make sure, finish up with the staff. Any staff have any questions or need more clarity as to direction from a majority of us?
I think what I would like to do is review what we anticipate to be a timeline to return to your
I
board.
was going to ask you about that also. So.
And I think, given that we haven't been keeping a list here of the number of things we think we need to address, and I think what I'd like to do is turn it over to Cedar staff to walk through a little bit of the process they think we might need to go through and what their estimate of timeline would be. And then I think we may need to come back for, I guess I would take direction from your board on this, if we come back again for a first introduction, or if we come back for another discussion like this to check in to make sure that we've captured your intent correctly.
Okay, so we'll hear from George first, and then we'll make that decision.
So the formulation of the ordinance is relatively easy. Actual writing of the ordinance, we have provisions that we discussed here that we can pick up from other places, animal enclosure regulations closer. The actual writing of the ordinance is really the easier part. The part that's time-consuming when you come forward with an ordinance change, and particularly if this is going to go into the zoning ordinance, then we have to go to the MACs, Municipal Advisory Councils. So that's a chunk of time that if it goes into the zoning ordinance that we would have to take into account. If we decide it needs to go back, I mean, the issue has been discussed pretty widely. It might be determined that we don't need to go back, and then that would greatly speed up the ordinance process.
Let's stop and see where 3 or hopefully 5 of us are. My view is that we don't need to go back. We've got a draft ordinance in front of us that we all studied before this that has been out for a thorough review. We're making, in my view, a small adaptation to it. So unless my colleagues disagree, I would think that we could use that path and then come back. The next time we come back, you would have a draft ordinance that has been modified some, and it would be almost a check-in with the board, but an opportunity to use the first reading and follow a schedule from that. So does anybody disagree with that on?
If we're looking at the type of changes that are being suggested regarding setbacks, zones, visibility, all of these things, that would entail a change to the zoning ordinance, and the code requires that we go to the max when we do have a zoning ordinance change, and then the Planning Commission has to vote on it.
Okay. So what's that do to our schedule then?
Mr. Chair, before she answers, perhaps I suggest a two-pronged approach, that we vote on those things that allow us to place limitations without affecting the zoning ordinance and begin implementation of those, while then we do go back and make the modifications in the zoning ordinance necessary and utilize the max in that process for that.
And if I could seek county council direction on that comment, is that a viable path in your view?
I think we could parse some of the issues out, but the strictly dealing with the outdoor cultivation brings up a host of other issues that would require us to go back to the zoning code, go to Chapter 17, and ask for a change.
So we could move forward with the recommendation as was presented to the board today, knowing that we were going to then initiate the process of going back to the max to allow for the limited outdoor cultivation. But there's nothing that stops us from moving forward with the ordinance as it exists today.
It would be introduced at the next meeting if it was strictly an indoor cultivation only, with some of the changes that were discussed.
And in addition to that, direction to prepare for us the outdoor grow as per the discussions today. Okay, so why don't we just quickly go down and see if there's an appetite for that as a particular path. Any objection to that? Jim?
I have some current concerns about that. I don't want to put us on this narrow path without having the opportunity to do what we kind of suggested as far as the outdoor growth. So I'm just kind of conflicted about that.
No, I'm good with the dual path. I think it's doable.
I think that if we're going to be making this ordinance less restrictive at some point in the future, it should go back to the max sooner rather than later.
And I'm fine with the dual path.
Okay, so we're good on that?
Yes.
Other questions by staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Wegner again, Co-Compliance. It's Code Enforcement. My only clarity I need from the board today is I did hear some discussions about the proactive or the written complaint approach.
Okay.
And I was very interested if this board does have interest in that proactive or patrolling, potentially by the sheriff's office or my teams, or if you're really interested in mirroring the current required written complaint process.
I think the neighbors are going to certainly get a hold of us, so I don't see why we have to do any proactive. I think the neighbors will probably let us know what's going on, want to know what's going on, and contact code enforcement or contact the supervisors of the district.
Jack, do you have any?
Not adopting, I want to be very clear, because I do represent folks in a jurisdiction as well as outside of jurisdiction, that we might want to focus on those particular areas for maybe the proactive, and then as far as outside of those areas, not so much.
And that's where I am, actually. Obviously, I have a hot spot, if you will, that it goes without saying that you'd get a myriad of complaints, largely from me, by address number. So if everybody's good with focusing on those kinds of concerns, and then other than that, our code enforcement is one that I actually embrace, which is it's complaint driven. So if there is a code violation but it's not bothering a neighbor, keeping in mind that I like the opportunity to have neighbors call me if they feel uncomfortable filing a complaint personally. I get that, and I'm good with filing the complaint on behalf of the county. Jennifer?
I think it should be complaint-driven, just like the rest of code enforcement.
And I believe that if we are going to pursue the dual path where we come back, adopt an ordinance, and then immediately go to work on the zoning text amendment, it might be better to have the conversation in that context of the zoning text amendment. And from an enforcement standpoint, do we want to, and let's get some feedback from the back and from the Planning Commission. Let's solicit their input as well, would be my thought. I'm open to either, but the action that we're proposing to take does not preclude us having a conversation in the future.
Anything else or anyone else?
I do have a question in regards to the confidentiality requirement. The present ordinance does not have a confidentiality, not a registration requirement, does not have that in the present draft. Was it the board's intent that a registration requirement be included if we're just moving forward with the first ordinance, which would just be addressed to indoor cultivation? Or was that designed or intended to be for outdoor cultivation, if and when we get to that point?
Maybe get to a place quickly. I would be comfortable with that being considered in the second phase. I think that would be the smarter path for that, because it's something we might want to discuss more thoroughly and have staff do more research on as well.
I think I'm good with that.
I would like to just check in with Tim to make sure he's received the direction necessary regarding additional resources to begin enforcing the draft ordinance that we will be introducing on a complaint-driven basis. If we anticipate the number of grows that we'll be interacting on, if he has sufficient resources to begin doing so.
Yeah, thank you. I'm comfortable with what I proposed today. The only thing I'd want to take a closer look at is this idea of the registration process, what that cost impacts and those kind of things would. So as we move through that, obviously we bring back to your board any considerations that would be surrounding those.
Be another reason to have that a part of the second phase consideration, I think. Yeah, good. Anything else? Other than that, just thank everybody for their time and effort. And again, I want to thank staff for all of the work, and compliments to the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney and the interaction with the cities. And I want to leave, I guess, my comments with the idea that obviously this is an emerging issue that's changing dramatically. Today might reflect future change. I actually like the idea of working in collaboration with all of our other jurisdictions, which isn't to say that there can't be healthy tension. Obviously, the county has some amenities and attributes that are different than those in our cities, but to the extent that we're as much on the same page with a complementary and common vision, we're all going to be better off. So I want to hear and see that continued outreach so that we can get to the best place possible and over time as that changes. So thank you very much. We'll take up our next department item, which is property acquisition, office building at 1000 Sunset Boulevard, Rockland. Jennifer wasn't supposed to leave. I'm going to run. Okay, I'm going to take a quick. I'll be back. I'm going to.
An informal recess.
Lori.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Lori Morse, Property Manager for the Department of Public Works and Facility Services. We are here today seeking your board's approval of several actions needed to acquire the county-occupied and leased building located at 1000 Sunset Boulevard in Rockland, California. This building's at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Lone Tree Lane. We are seeking that your board adopt a resolution to approve the agreement for purchase and sale between the county and Sunset Commercial Center, LLC, for the purchase price of $25,621,250. This building is 99,393 square feet, and it's on 7.2 acre parcel. And we're asking that your board delegate authority to the Director of Public Works and Facilities to take all actions needed to acquire the property, including contracting with CBRE Group, Inc., until June 30th, 2017, for property management services for the facility, until such time that the county is able to transition the building maintenance services into its resources. In 2009, the county began leasing office space in this two-story Class A office building, and the building is now 10 years old and is over 95% occupied by county programs, subject to 5 separate leases. The programs are Child Support Services, Veteran Services, HHS Children's System of Care, Public Health Nursing, and the Women's Infant and Children Program, and Human Services Employment Services Program, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh. Majority of the staff from Child Support Services, Human Service, and Veteran Services are located in this facility. Beginning in January, the Auditor Controller will begin occupying the remaining vacant suite. These departments occupied this building after performing specialized tenant improvements that were constructed by the owner, with funding by the owner and the county. These improvements include separate lobbies, upgraded to include ballistic materials, custom-built drug testing facilities, training rooms, interviews, and conference rooms, and interior restrooms. And the county has invested over $1 million in electronics for the construction of 4 computer server rooms. Today, the county pays over $1.4 million per year for rent alone and $850,000 per year to cover property operating expenses. This totals over $2.2 million per year paid to the owner. The leases have 12 years remaining on the leases and are subject to annual rent increases of 2% per year. After the 12-year term is up, the county has an option for another 5 years, but those rents will be subject to market rate adjustment. On September 8th, Property Management received notice from the owner that it had received a letter of intent from a real estate investment firm to purchase the Sunset property for $25,750,000. The owner's notice was required pursuant to lease provision in one of our final leases that we've entered into with Children's System of Care, and this required that the owner provide us an opportunity to match or refuse that offer. After reviewing the letter of intent, staff determined that this was a legitimate offer and made in consideration of the income-generating potential of this property. Staff consulted with its real estate broker from Galloway Commercial, who prepared a property survey of recent sales in the greater Sacramento area to primarily government tenants. This report validated that the property's price is appropriate in consideration of its current occupancy level entirely by the county and the county's creditworthiness, the consistent revenue stream over the remaining 12 years with a fixed 2% annual increases. Staff also evaluated the offer and determined that it had significant merits after evaluating projected costs associated with renting versus ownership. Staff determined that it could pay off the purchase price amortized at 1.5% within 21 years, assuming loan payments equal to the current rents paid. This acquisition provides the county an opportunity to purchase this well-purposed 10-year-old building for a cost below current ground-up construction estimates. The building and common areas are very well maintained. It has energy-efficient heating systems
with zones serving the individual suites. It is remotely monitored so that it can set temperatures and hours of operation for the heating and cooling, and the ownership has maintained regular inspections, preventative maintenance, and replaced components as needed. This provides an opportunity to forego existing rent increases as well as future escalations. The rent will escalate beyond the 2% annual increases when this 12-year term ends. Population growth along the Highway 65 corridor is expected to result in greater demand for commercial office buildings, resulting in significant rental increases estimated in the future. The property is also surrounded by 16 acres comprised of 4 separate parcels that are currently unimproved. The acquisition of these parcels could provide an opportunity to the county for a future county-owned campus that could accommodate future government services. It also leverages existing investments made by the county to date for information technology and tenant improvements, which exceed $3 million. The agreement for purchase and sale that's before your board today has been finalized and is ready for your board's execution upon approval. The price has been reduced to $25,621,250. This reduction was based on a negotiation with the owner to reduce the price based on a broker fee that is not being paid to the prospective buyer per the letter of intent that was submitted to us. It was agreed to split that 1% broker fee in half, and the county received that reduction. The county will have 45-day due diligence period to review the environmental, title, and all documents pertaining to the property for its operation. We must deposit $100,000 after execution of the agreement. This deposit is refundable if the county decides not to proceed with the acquisition within the 45-day due diligence period. The county and the owner will share equally in escrow costs, and the owner will pay 100% of the title insurance costs for a standard policy. And the agreement specifies that close of escrow will occur within 30 days of after the 45-day due diligence period. However, the parties agree that it is to our interest to try to close escrow by the end of 2016. The owner currently provides all maintenance, utilities, and repairs to Sunset property. It does this with a contract with CB Group, Inc., who provides day-to-day property management services and contracts for all building maintenance, including fire, life safety, plumbing, electrical, lighting, heating, roof repair, security monitoring, custodial, etc. This arrangement ensures that the preventative maintenance and on-call services are provided without disruption to the county occupants and its customers. These services are currently paid by the county through the form of its rent paid to the owner, and also additional operating expenses are paid by the county following the close of each calendar year for any costs that exceed an annual estimate of operating expenses. So to ensure continuity of these services to the building until the county is able to transition these services to its own resources or contract for such services, we're asking your board to authorize the director to enter into an interim agreement with CBRE, Inc. For a 6-month period. This will provide time also for orientation for county staff to become familiar with the complexities of the building's mechanical and electrical system. This agreement would allow the county to terminate the services through the 6-month period once such services become available to the county. The cost is not to exceed $3,000 per month. The proposed acquisition is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act since the request is not involved in expansion beyond the current property use, and the necessary government code notifications have been met. At this point, I'll turn over the presentation to Andy Heath, our Assistant County Executive Officer, to discuss the proposed sources of funding and fiscal impacts of this acquisition.
Great. Thank you, Laurie. Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Andy Heath with the County Executive Office. Our offices work very closely with the Department of Public Works and Facilities to determine alternatives available to finance the 1000 Sunset West building. Three alternatives that we came up with were conventional financing or going to the market, selling bonds, COPs, and garnering the funding that way, which does incur a cost of interest for the financing itself and could incur also timing issues where it takes significant amounts of time at times to get this financing in place. Borrowing from other funds was also considered, where we looked at the liquidity available in several of the county's operating funds, including the enterprise funds. Again, however, there would be an interest cost that the general fund, to some extent, with the purchase of this building by borrowing funds, would have to pay back to those funds. And then again, it may result in liquidity issues for the funds that actually loan the money to the general fund for purposes of purchasing the building. And we also looked at funding with available cash and reserves and fund balance that we had in several sources, focusing specifically on those sources that your board over time has dedicated specifically for capital. What the staff is recommending today is a budget revision that funds the building with these types of fund balance and reserves. $5 million of the purchase price is recommended to come from the capital facilities impact fees. At the present time, the county has $27 million in capital facilities impact fees that must be used for growth-related facilities purchases in the future. This would retain $22 million in those fees for future purchases. We've been working with the Public Works and Facilities Director to make that recommendation. $5 million, ironically, is our estimated value of the land that we anticipate will come out as a result of the purchase of this building by the county. Right now, I believe the land is estimated at $3.6 million on the property tax roll. However, with the escalation in cost and the reassessment of the property, it's anticipated that by extrapolating, this amount will go to about $5 million. The use of the capital facilities impact fees we feel is warranted based on the 1994 Capital Facilities Master Plan that was prepared, which discusses the need for at least 40,000 additional feet of space related to health and human services needs by the year 2010. At the time the report was completed in 1994, HHS had used 29,310 square feet, and since then it has entered into two lease agreements, one at Kirby Hills for 54,000 square feet and one at Sunset for the 99,000 square feet that we're asking your board to purchase today. So by purchasing this, you still have the applicability of the capital facilities impact fees towards that purchase. We're also recommending, as part of the budget revision, $11 million in capital projects trust funds. These are funds that are available and unencumbered in your capital projects and your capital projects trust fund. These funds have been specifically set aside for capital projects, and as such can be used for eligible capital projects, which this building is one of those. And then finally, $9.6 million is recommended to be expended from general fund reserves that are specifically assigned for capital. Your board does have $40 million in general fund reserves assigned for capital, specifically for capital, and this is aside from the general reserve that your board has consistent with the budget and financial policy, the 5% general reserve. So this is in addition to that. There's currently $40 million available, so you'd be using about 25% of those reserves with the purchase of the building if this recommendation moves forward. Funding the building with available cash and reserves and fund balance carries the fund. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Andy, I have a question with regards to those last two pots, the 11 million and the 9676.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to be paying ourselves back from?
I'm going to get to that.
From the because if you look at the back of this on page 238, it doesn't really say that we're going to do that. It says something with regards to annual lease costs and savings and operating budgets and capital reserves and stuff. It's not really clear whether or not we're paying ourselves back so we can use the money. So
and that's I'm going to go over that.
Thank you.
Yep. Funding the building with available cash, reserves, and fund balance carries the following advantages. Again, there's no interest cost that there would be with conventional financing or borrowing from other funds. The majority of the costs, with the exception of the ultimate value of the land, is essentially reimbursable through federal and state sources. So you do have the ability, because the majority of the tenants of this building are those programs and those departments that do have a state and federal subventions that come in and pay for those services and programs that they provide, we will over time get reimbursed for that. Depreciation, consistent with the cost plan, is typically done over a 50-year period. In working with the County Auditor Controller, Andy Sisk, we believe that we may be able to shorten that period and actually get the cost of the building that we can depreciate back in a shorter period of time. But what that time period is, I'm not sure, but it may be less than 50 years. The real cost savings, which is the foregone lease costs, less the operating costs incurred upon the purchase, that is the cost that the county would assume to continue operation of the building, is about $1.4 million annually. So $1.4 million is the real cash savings that the county would incur every year that we would be able to, upon your board, upon our recommendation to your board, to include in the budget the additional $1.4 million back to the capital projects fund, in addition to the 3.5 that you provide right now on an annual basis. We could do that over time until such a time that the general fund and those capital trust funds are paid back. This proposal does not materially diminish the ability to fund future capital projects, whereby you will have a building essentially that you'll be able to use as security for any future debt that you may want to issue for other capital projects that will come to your board likely in the near future. That's the one budget revision for the purchase price of the building itself. There's also another budget revision that we're recommending for $344,000 to basically transfer the costs that we would typically pay for the lease into the county's funding areas of the building maintenance ISF for $335,000 and the Parks and Grounds budget for $9,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. So that's a second budget revision that would need. Again, with this, there is no new net cost associated with this. It just moves the funding from one bucket to another so that we're able to make those costs moving forward. That is what staff's recommending from a fiscal perspective, purchasing the building and the budget revisions. And if you want to conclude, Lori?
Yes, to proceed with this acquisition and to acquire this well-purposed building of this high-quality office building, we ask your board to approve the resolution to approve the agreement for purchase and sale with the Sunset Commercial Center LLC for $25,621,250 and delegate authority to contract with CBRE Group until June 30, 2017 at a cost not to exceed $3,000 per month. We welcome any questions from your board that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions from board members? I see none at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
Mr. Chair, I think this is a great acquisition. I move that we approve purchase.
Okay. Moved and seconded to approve the acquisition as per staff recommendation, but I'll point out, because I'm sure Jerry wants me to, we're going to adopt a resolution for the agreement itself. We're going to approve a budget revision of $25.67 million from the delineated items, and then we're going to approve another budget revision of $344,000 regarding the building maintenance internal fund, and authorize the acquisition of that to the master fixed asset list. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Great work.
Thank you.
The next item is property acquisition of a 20-unit residential multifamily apartment complex at 319 Main Street, Roseville.
Chairman, members of the board, Lori Morse again, property manager for the Department of Public Works and Facilities.
You needed a roll call vote. I apologize.
Okay.
Could we do a timeout? Could we take that last motion in roll call, please? For surprised you guys didn't hit me or something. Roll call, please.
Holmes. Duran. Euler. Montgomery. Wygant.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Lori.
Thank you. Today we're seeking your board's adoption of a resolution that would authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute an agreement for purchase and sale to purchase a 20-unit apartment building at 319 Main Street in Roseville from Kalinka LLC for $2 million, and to take all actions necessary to execute the agreement, as well as assigning rights to purchase the property to county-selected housing operators subject to a 35-year deed restriction that requires this property to be used to house low-income special needs individuals. I have Maureen Bauman here, The Director of Health and Human Services Adult System of Care will provide you the background and purpose for this unique opportunity to acquire this apartment building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So your board approved the 1617 Placer County Mental Health Services annual update on October 11th. And funding in that plan update was prioritized for housing by setting aside up to $3 million over the 3 years. It was the third of 3 years, the annual update, so it's a 3-year process, to purchase or develop housing resources. It was determined that projects would be considered on a case-by-case basis. We call it over-the-counter because you never know when opportunities are actually going to arise. And it was anticipated that that would probably be enough for one project at the time. So, as you know, housing has been an important element of the adult system of care, and we have partnered extensively with the Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing, AMI, previously NAMI, but for the last 17 years, just to find and secure housing for people that we serve. At this point, I would just let you know that AMI actually helps us with 240 residences that people are in and around Placer County. So this isn't new business that we are in. We're very successful at utilizing resources within our community. A couple of recent MHSA projects are Timberline and Placer Street. Timberline is a shared permanent housing project serving 5 single adults. And Plaza Street is actually managed and owned by AMI, and it provides shared housing for 12 single adults. Supportive services for these projects are provided both by the Adult System of Care and by Turning Point Community Services, as they serve residents with serious mental illnesses who need intensive outpatient treatment services and supports. Both work very well within the neighborhoods. We work really hard, and AMI works really hard to be a good neighbor. The supportive services that are provided to the residents in the houses really help them to be successful in their recovery, and this support also assures the neighbors that if there are issues, they will be addressed quickly. So in October of 2015, we identified this exciting opportunity to do a 2-story apartment building located at 319 Main Street in Roseville. It's a 70-year-old house, about 7,100 square feet, and it is ideal for adults that we're now serving. The 18 studio units with full bathroom and kitchenette allow people really to live independently, which is just really ideal. Just like any of us would, sharing houses with people that are roommates and not, of choice is just more challenging for people. And so this opportunity really gives us people the opportunity to be independent. The number of units allows an on-site manager. We think that's just a plus for the project. Has on-site laundry facilities. Parking is limited. However, most of our folks don't have vehicles. And the property is walking distance to shopping, food services, public transportation, and 3 miles away from the Adult System of Care at Kirby Hills. And most importantly, it will allow us to provide some affordable housing for very low-income people that we serve. So given the property's unique features, we worked with property management to pursue the acquisition, and property management began to work with the owner and determined the acquisition was feasible, and the amenities that were needed were going to be able to be put in place, for the housing of the targeted population that we were working with. So we then, because the county wasn't interested in really owning the property, we knew that there were other operators that would be able to own and manage the property. We did an RFP and work with procurement to do that, and because, again, the goal was for somebody else to own and manage it long term. And so AMI was identified as a successful proposer as a result of that RFP process. So Health and Human Services will be bringing back a lease contract with AMI in the future, should you determine that this will be something that you will be in favor of. And the other thing that will happen after this event, should you agree to move forward, is that we will be establishing meetings with the neighborhood groups that are in the Roseville area. This is always part of our process, but we didn't want to get ahead of any actual decisions that were made. And so meetings will include leadership of both AMI and the Adult System of Care. We'll have discussions about the programs. We'll answer questions. We'll make sure people have a contact person, so if they have any perceived concerns, we can answer those questions. And in the long haul, we would really encourage neighbors to interact with us so that we are aware of any issues and can address them as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you need to meet with the Arcona. There's an Arcona group.
Yep.
Coalition of Neighborhood Associations in the city of Roseville. Also, for the record, you have reached out to the city of Roseville to let them know what we were anticipating possibly doing in their jurisdiction. We spoke earlier about tensions between the two jurisdictions. What was their thought process on this?
So as long as we are continuing the same use of the project, they were in support of us moving forward.
Thank you very much.
So property management has entered into a letter of intent with the owner and has presented the owner with a proposed agreement for purchase and sale incorporating the agreed upon terms. The key terms include the $2 million purchase price, a $25,000 initial deposit, and an additional $55,000 deposit payable to the owner after the county completes the 180-day contingency period that's incorporated into the agreement. The initial deposit is refundable to the county if it does not accept the contingencies, and the deposits are then applied to the purchase price. The 180-day contingency investigation period is important because it provides sufficient time to the county to perform its standard due diligence, the title review, zoning, environmental physical condition, reviewing documents such as permits, plans, utility bills, and so forth. But it also was a time to allow us to confirm the project feasibility for the purposes of accommodating the MHSA eligible residents. And it provides time for HHS to finalize the contract that Maureen spoke of with AMI and present it to your board so that AMI can assume the purchase and sale agreement and perform its own due diligence, and that we may prepare the necessary 35-year deed restriction that requires the property be used for the targeted population. It also provides the owner time to address several identified mechanical, electrical, structural, and life safety deficiencies that were identified in a building assessment report and perform renovations to the studio apartments. The owner purchased the property in 2015 with the intention of renovating the units, and once learned of the county's interest in buying the property, indicated its continued interest to complete the renovations prior to the county's purchase. The owner has also agreed to renovate 2 floor units and ensure these units are ADA accessible. Once the county has completed the contingency period, then we go into a 30-day escrow period. The county pays its $55,000 deposit. At that time, the owner will commence construction of a accessible ramp into the front of the building where the apartment manager will be located, as well as a lobby and entrance. The owner is required to deliver the property without tenants so that we'll be able to transition the building into able to accommodate MHSA program clients. The acquisition is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act because the continued residential use by the county does not require any land use approvals. Any building permits that are needed are exempt from CEQA review. All necessary government code notifications have been met, and the county is seeking your board's approval today of the acquisition, which includes a budget revision to establish a Main Street acquisition capital project in the amount of $2.1 million. That includes the $2 million purchase price, escrow costs, environmental and building assessment, legal and staff costs to perform this acquisition. The funding is coming from the Mental Health Service Act Trust Fund. With that, we recommend that your board approve staff's recommendation for the acquisition of the Main Street property, believing it would benefit the county in its efforts to expand supportive housing program and enhance individuals' recovery efforts with opportunities for independent living. We welcome any questions from your board. Thank you.
Any board members have questions? See none. Anyone from the public? It's the pleasure of the board. Please come forward and state your name if you would like to address the board. No?
I just wanted to make a comment.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Leslie Brewer, I'm the Director of Advocacy and Services for Plaza Independent Resource Services. I'm also the Chair of the Plaza Consortium on Homelessness. I sit on the Mental Health Services Act Leadership Committee. And I'm so excited. As we all know, in working in everything and every time I come up here, we have such a lack of affordable, accessible housing in this county. We've been trying to help people find housing, and I'm hearing horror stories of vast Section 8 vouchers that are going unused because veterans can't find affordable housing, and this is just something that we need, and we fully support. Piers does, PCOH supports, the Hercs Board supports, and you just have our kiss of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Moved and seconded to adopt a resolution authorizing the acquisition of this and a budget revision from the Mental Health Services Act Trust Fund to this acquisition capital project, which needs a roll call vote. Roll call, please.
Duran? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Euler? Montgomery? Yes. Wygant?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll take up Correctional Food Services Contract, Amaroq Correctional Services, and Becky, I think, yep.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I'm here with the next item on your agenda. In February 2016, the county conducted a request for proposals process to assess the service delivery options for providing correctional food services for approximately 750 adult inmates detained in its 3 correctional institutions, staff dining per county MOU, and for approximately 20 juvenile wards housed in Juvenile Hall. Aramark was unanimously selected as the top-ranked firm by the RFP panel, which was comprised of the Sheriff's Office, Probation, Department of Public Works and Facilities, and the County Executive Office. On July 12, 2016, your board received a briefing on the initial results of the RFP, which suggested a potential cost savings to the county of up to $5.9 million over the 5-year proposed contract term, should your board choose a private sector service model. Staff was instructed to enter into negotiations with Aramark to negotiate final costs. We were also asked to compare the salary and benefit packages provided to county employees with those provided by Aramark. Following your board's direction on July 12th, a group of county stakeholders initiated negotiations with Aramark and thoroughly examined the cost assumptions associated with the private sector contract and determined that certain costs would remain with the county in the following areas: campus and building costs, A87 administrative charges, legacy employee health charges for employees who have already retired, capital equipment depreciation, and also staff recommends the addition of half of an FTE to work in the Department of Public Works to assume contract management oversight should your board move in this direction. Taken together, these factors have reduced the estimated net savings potential from $5.9 million to approximately $3 million over the 5-year contract, or roughly $600,000 per year. As staff highlighted previously, correctional food services has become an increasingly complex service area, requiring increasing time and expertise by the probation department that is not aligned with its core mission. In the opinion of staff, the county would benefit by contracting for these services with an organization whose core mission is providing large-scale food services to hospitals, universities, schools, stadiums, businesses, and municipalities across the globe. However, should the county pursue a private sector service model, 12 permanent county employees would be impacted, including 9 cooks, a senior cook, a food services supervisor, and food services manager. County employees may seek transfer, demotion, or promotion to any other county position for which they meet the minimum qualifications. And in early August, Human Resources staff met with the employees to provide training on applying for county jobs and searching for open county job opportunities, several of whom have applied for other positions within the county. Should the county enter into a contract with Aramark, Human Resources would facilitate additional meetings between employees with the Business Advantage Network to provide training on resume writing, interviewing, and help these employees identify other job possibilities within the community. Aramark has confirmed its intent to interview all interested county food services employees, and as requested, staff have reviewed the salary and benefit packages offered by Aramark in order to compare that to those of county employees. So in order to attract and retain a skilled workforce, Placer County offers salary and benefits packages that is competitive with other public agencies in California. Employees who are vested with Placer County receive a pension administered by the California Public Employees Retirement System, and the retirement formula set according to the year of hire. For entry-level food service classifications, the county's public agency salary and benefit package does compare favorably to the private sector. For an example, an entry-level cook for Aramark would receive an annual salary of approximately $26,000. An entry-level cook with the county would receive an annual salary of approximately $36,000 or 27% higher. The gaps flatten as employees move up and higher in the ranks with Aramark, and the salary gap between the supervisor pay shows the county at 9% higher, and the gap reduces to 4% at the management level. A comparison with Aramark also determined that the county's career development and advancement opportunities for its food service positions are more limited than those offered by Aramark. The county offers only one manager position in food services, while Aramark employees could apply for advancement to management in one of Aramark's operations in 21 countries, 2,000 healthcare facilities, 1,500 colleges, and 500 correctional facilities in North America, among other opportunities. Aramark employees receive health, dental, and vision benefits, and while the plans are comparable, their employees have a lower share of costs, often by half or greater. Aramark employees receive vacation and sick leave, but at a reduced accrual rate than county staff, and they receive 8 paid holidays per year in comparison to the county staff who receive 13. The county, of course, also provides a defined retirement plan, while only Aramark management staff are offered a 401k match. So that concludes staff's presentation. I would like to acknowledge Procurement, Public Works and Facilities, Sheriff and Probation, County Council, and Human Resources for their assistance on this project, along with the 2 staff that are here from County Executive Office. Members of the Aramark team are also in the audience, including Peter Burt, who is the District Manager in California. We are all available to answer any questions that you may have. But staff are seeking your board's direction regarding approval of the contract for correctional food services with Aramark Correctional Services, authorizing the procurement manager to sign a 5-year contract in an amount not to exceed $13 million from February 1st, 2017 to January 31st, 2022, to include 3 additional 2-year options and all associated procurement documents, and also seeking your direction on delegating authority to the county executive officer to lay off probation food services employees based on necessity due to a lack of work pursuant to Placer County Code Section 3. So again, we're here for any questions your board may have.
Thank you. Do any board members have? Jennifer?
Becky, thank you. Can you tell me on that roughly $600,000 per year savings, how is that broken out?
In terms of
Food cost savings for economies of scale versus employee costs?
it's difficult to roll those in, but the vast majority of them, is just that. It's food versus salary.
No, I understand that. What proportion are savings on food costs versus savings on employees?
I do not have the breakdown of that right now.
I think to your point, Supervisor Montgomery, the clear majority of the savings are due to the differences in employee salaries.
Because we're looking at employees earning 27% less.
For entry level, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And 9 are cooks, so considered entry level. 1 is senior and 2 managers.
One supervisor, 1 manager.
1 supervisor,
yes,
and 1 manager. So the bulk of the savings to us is at the expense of the employees.
It is due to those salary differentials, yes.
And when we're talking about an employee having a reduction from $36,000 a year, which is probably not even considered really a solid middle-class wage in Placer County, to $26,000 per year, what additional societal costs do we expect to see out of that? What analysis have we done of that?
Can you clarify your question a little more for me, please?
Well, there's significant research that shows that people who earn lower income wages have additional expenses that we as a society have to cover because they're not earning a living wage and they're not getting appropriate benefits that employees currently are getting in this position. My point, frankly, is I don't see why we're being asked to take our employees out of a living wage to what is really not a living wage and move people from middle class to poverty. I don't even understand why this is in front of us. I don't think the $3 million over 5 years makes any sense.
Any other board members? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Kranz. I'm from Local 39. I'm business representative of your employee union. Before I begin, I want to take a minute to recognize all the members of the county's correctional food services program that are here today. That's that through this whole meeting so that they would have an opportunity to share their opposition to this attempt to outsource their jobs. You know, as you nicely stated, that the savings is from straight off their backs and putting them into poverty wages if they were even to accept a job from Aramark. You know, it was also really nice that we just approved community housing for people who are in need. And here we are, we're putting people into that same position. So I just hope you recognize that. So for well over 30 years, your employees have provided hundreds of nutritious meals a day for the county's inmate population. Your food services staff are highly trained and are invested in ensuring a quality product. They have the expertise in safe food handling protocols, creating nutritional meals, and meeting the legal requirements for general, medical, and religious inmate populations. Additionally, they have years of experience safely dealing with litigious and sophisticated inmates. Your employees are committed to finding ways to cut costs and would be interested in working with management to help realize those savings. It is our belief that contracting out the Correctional Food Services Program will be a mistake. Aramark, your potential vendor, has a dismal record in fulfilling food services contracts with correctional facilities across the country. Numerous cases show that contracting with this company only will expose the county to lawsuits in the near future. Notably, last year, the state of Michigan ended a $145 million prison food service contract, citing problems ranging from maggots found in kitchen areas, rodents contaminating food, incidents of workers engaging in sex acts with prisoners, and drug smuggling. Now I question too, if somebody's on a $25,000 or $27,000 wage, you know, where is their incentive to be loyal to the county? Though Aramark's sales pitch sounds good, we should understand that that's all it is. Local 39 respectfully asks the board to oppose contracting out the Correctional Food Services Program. As you make your decision, it is my hope that you recognize the decades of passion, hard work, and care that your employees have given in service of this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Davis, and I am the senior cook with Placer County's Food Service Program. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your time and consideration in this matter. For most Americans, the American dream is simple: to have a job with wages that can support a family, to be able to provide themselves and their family with health care at an affordable cost, a secure retirement that they will be able to live on at a time when they are unable to continue working, to be able to help support their kids with education and opportunities to follow their dreams. For most Americans, and for us gathered here today, these are the common hopes of the American dream. At a time when Americans are working harder for less and paying more for health care and college, we stand here before you with the threat of losing our jobs. During a time when one income is not enough to raise a family, one income is not enough to send our kids to college, During a time when good jobs are scarce and hard to come by, we stand here before you, united and ready to fight for our American dream. Every American has the right to pursue their American dream, and that is exactly what each and every one of us has done. We all had to travel a long road to receive these jobs. Not only did we fill out applications, take written exams, go through an interview process, pass a very thorough background check, and pass a medical exam, but we did all that just to become a part-time employee. We then had to work part-time for no more than 1,000 hours a year until a full-time position opened up. For some of us, that took up to 5 years to obtain. To me, this shows our complete and utter dedication to our jobs. We all love our jobs, and we are very proud to work for Placer County. I ask that you please give us the opportunity to continue working our jobs and let us see what we can do in-house to reduce our costs for the Sheriff's Department. We were asked to provide information on what we have provided in the past, but to my knowledge, not one time were we asked what we can do to save, reduce our costs for the food service for the future. We want to help our Sheriff's Department to succeed and would like nothing more but to be given the opportunity to see what we can do to meet our new food budget needs. We have many, many years of experience here before you today, not only in the safe food handling and preparation, but also in experience working with inmates. I ask that you take that into consideration when you vote today and know that you hold our lives in your hands. America is the sum of our dreams, and what binds us together, what makes us one American family, is that we stand up and fight for each other's dreams, that we reaffirm that fundamental belief, I am my brother's keeper, I am my sister's keeper, through our policies and our daily lives. I would ask that you please, please let us continue living our American dreams. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Danny Reynolds, Placer County employee with the kitchen for 21 years. I thought long and hard about what I might say today in this moment. A lot of what I've already wanted to say has already been stated by previous speakers. I can't begin to tell you that the amount of dedication that we have put into this operation, just I don't think anybody really fully understands and can appreciate it. For years, we've been asked to do more with less. When the economy tanked, we were asked to do more with less, and we continued to do more with less. As Shannon previously stated, we all started off part-time. We all made a massive amount of sacrifices to one day obtain a permanent position with the county with the hopes that we would have the ability, to have a job that would provide us the ability to sustain ourselves and our families and send our kids to school and participate as assets in the community. We have all given a lot. Even when my own father was in the ICU suffering from a heart attack, I was having work emailed to me from the kitchen to help further the operations because the job has to go on. We must feed. When I received notification that my fiance had been in a car accident up in Truckee, I spent the entire evening in the ER, and on 2 hours of sleep, I drove immediately to work the next morning. And to further the efforts of the operation and to plan for my absence. And these stories I'm telling you are not unique to me. I assure you that each and every one of my fellow employees has similar stories. Airmark is a corporation, a private corporation, whose number one job must be to make a profit. We've always been Placer County employees working for the interest of Placer County. All the money that we take in comes from Placer County and it goes back to Placer County. It's my belief that this move will not ultimately not save Placer County any money at all. I believe there's a lot of costs attributed that were insinuated by Jennifer Montgomery that I definitely reflect and concur and agree upon. I ask that you all choose wisely today because, yes, the livelihoods of 13 full-time employees and some 6 to 7 part-time hopeful future employees are in your hands. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Flutie. I'm probably the least affected of all the cooks because I am a part-time cook, an on-call cook. I've been doing that for 8 years. There's 4 people sitting here that have full-time positions because I turned it down because I do not want a full-time position. What I want to bring up is the fact that the sheriff and the sheriff's office has been behind most of this all the way along. Okay? A few years ago, the vehicle maintenance was taken away from the garage to go to an outside vendor, basically busting part of that union, not having as many employees or not needing more. And those people are perfectly well trainable to do those positions. Mechanics are mechanics, electrics are electrics, and they could do it, maybe need a little more training, but they could do the job. Instead, that was outsourced. Now you're looking at outsourcing us, okay? We can do the job, we've done the job. But what they're trying to do is bust this small part of our union, of the Placer County Employees Union, by getting rid of us because they don't think that we're needed. They think they can do better, and they know nothing about food service. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jackie Looper. I've been with the county just since 2013, not very long. When I came on, I had heard the talk about Aramark wanting to come in and take over the kitchen, and no one was very concerned about it because they did their jobs, and they did their jobs well. With the move to Roseville Jail, we kept things going without a glitch. Everybody was fed, everything was done just as it should be. We now feed 2 jails with no additional staff and less inmates to help us, and we do it well. When our then manager and supervisor were escorted out the back door, we kept it together. When the replacement supervisor was escorted out the back door, we still kept it together. We have been under scrutiny. The sheriff's department, that's what I heard, it was someone of higher rank in the sheriff's department that wanted us out because they had a problem with the other manager, on and on and on. Sorry, I don't do well talking to people like this. You know, I wrote letters to the Board of Supervisors. I sent you pictures of certain things that we had to go through. And the response was, thank you for your input. That was the response I received. I spoke to you, Mr. Wygant. I spoke to you on my vacation for close to 30 minutes, and you sounded so interested in what I had to say. And then the next meeting, when they asked for any input, you were silent. I feel that this is a done deal. I feel we're already out of here. I just hope that you look at these people and you personalize them. This is our lives. Some of the people that work with the kitchen, they're going to lose their homes. This is a great impact on us. And I just hope that you look at these people and maybe, possibly, you lose some sleep tonight. And next time, if a group is brought before you, a group of individuals that have done nothing wrong, we've done nothing wrong. We have worked so hard. And I hope that when this happens again, maybe some of you work a little harder, do a little investigation, talk to us, and hear us. Thank you.
Anyone else like to address this item?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Peter Burt, and I'm a district manager for Aramark. I just felt the need to be the minority here and address some of the concerns about Aramark and make sure everybody was clear on our company. But one point I wanted to make is that Aramark has 270,000 employees, and none of them are in poverty at this point in time. I think that when we talked about wages, I wanted to make the point that we talked about starting wages, but another very positive thing with Aramark is that that's exactly what it is. So people that start with us have the opportunity to move up. So maybe, they as a starting salary, and we base starting wages based on someone's experience, which obviously all these people have lots and lots of experience. It's a starting wage, and they have the opportunity to move up, much higher than that. Many of our salaried managers today and those making more money than the existing staff make now started in the hourly ranks. The other comment I wanted to make was, Aramark is a large company, a $15 billion company. And I just wanted to point out that I can guarantee you for a fact that any company that size, we can go on the internet and dig up some dirt about it, because I heard a little bit of dirt about my company earlier in one of the presentations. But I wanted to make the point that there are far greater amounts of good things. We've won numerous awards for the way we take care of our people, our employees, and the businesses that we do work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to my colleagues for deliberation, decision.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, please. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Aramark. I have nothing against Aramark personally. My concern is for our county employees, not anything about Aramark, so please don't take that amiss. Okay. My concern is that we're taking employees who are making a reasonable living wage. And Jackie, you and I knew each other back in the Constable Jack days, and I miss you guys. So I do understand some of your background and some of your personal stories. Gaetana, I know you're a constituent of mine from the Dutch Flat area. We just took an action where we are going to spend almost $700,000 a year to prohibit the outdoor grow of marijuana. And now we're being asked to take an action to save about $600,000 a year, largely on the backs of our employees. I don't see the equity in that decision. I think it's a bad choice for us to make, and shame on us if we make it.
Jack.
Yeah, Becky, talk to me about the wage. Is that wage that they're making, is that a inflated wage as compared to other kitchens around the county?
You're talking Plaza County?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, our research suggested that we were comparable with other...
Becca, yep, thanks.
My apologies. Our research suggested that we were comparable with other public entities at those levels, to be competitive with other agencies.
But in the private sector, is there a delta?
Yes.
Between what we're paying?
Yes, fairly significant. That's the 27% for entry level, which does taper down as folks move up through the organization, as Mr. Burt indicated.
I've been exactly where you folks were. I used to work for United Parcel, and in 1997, the company decided that it didn't really want to bargain in good faith with me and the rest of the Teamsters across the United States, and we went out on strike. So I know exactly where you are right now. When I was elected to the school board here in Roseville, one of the first things that I had to do as the president of the board was to lay off, I think it was 25 or 42 teachers. Fortunately for us, we were able to acquire and rehire them immediately. So I've been on both sides of the coin here, and this is a tough one. There's a moral piece to this, and there's also a financial piece to this, and that's really what the difficult part is for me. Is I've got to talk to my constituents, and I've got to tell them that that I may be paying more for a service that I could get for less. And that's tough as well, because every dollar that comes in here, I'm responsible for. And I've got to, as a public official, I have to make those choices that maximize that dollar as much as I possibly can. But I'll be honest with you, this is a tough one. So,
Kirk, Jim.
So, maybe testing county council's knowledge here, but I got a question. I'm curious. Well, let me start. Gentleman from Aramark, would you mind standing up here for a second? So it's been described to us the entry-level wage, approximately $27,000 a year, versus our entry level of approximately 36, correct? Okay. How long does it take for somebody normally within the course of your employment to move through the various ranks, assuming they have some experience, those things, and good employees, all the rest? What kinds of upward mobility opportunities are there?
I think there's all kinds of upward mobility, and based on my several years of experience, really what the difference is between how quickly people move up in our organization and how quickly or not is desire.
Sure.
So an individual that has the desire to work hard and move up in our company will move up.
Sure.
So to go from 26 to 36 or whatever those numbers were we put out there is very achievable in 1 to 2 years if someone puts forth the effort.
All right, thank you. And unlike what we have in the county, where we have our 5-step system, you're pretty much capped within your thing. You have the opportunity to move within various. What I'm wondering, and this is the question, the part of the question for county council. We're anticipating first-year savings of roughly $419,000. I agree that contracting out is the right way to go. I'm also sensitive to the concerns that these folks expressed and Supervisor Montgomery's expressed. And so what I want to know is, do we as the board have the authority to take a look at our agreement with Aramark and essentially within the confines of our agreement with Aramark for a year, maybe 18 months, subsidize the wage that our people are used to getting through a modification with Aramark, so that those people that do choose to transfer over, aren't seeing a net loss within the first year of employment with you. They have an opportunity to prove themselves with you, or they have the opportunity while working for you for a year to explore other work opportunities elsewhere, knowing that at the end of that year, if it hasn't worked out here, they do have the opportunity, or that subsidy would go away. They could stay on with you, but it would be at the reduced rates. We're essentially providing a cushion during that transition period where we wouldn't realize as much in savings in the first year, but it does provide our employees for a little better opportunity for a transition. So I'm going to direct the question to county council more because I just want to make sure that if we were to go down that road, we're not running afoul of anything legally here.
Well, I have to analyze that in a lot more detail. That does raise gift of public funds issues because they're no longer be county employees, and we'd be subsidizing the wages of an employee of another business. And it's harder once you break that employment chain. Then they're just another private individual.
Perhaps there are other things when we have businesses moving into our area. We do provide various economic incentive dollars for businesses to locate. We do have some discretion for that. So maybe there are ways to be creative in looking at how something like this might.
As I said, we'd have to look at it in a lot more detail than this.
No, I understand. I just, ultimately, I think this is the right thing for us to do. I think this is the right direction for us to go. And I believe ultimately, as someone, to the lady's point, who wanted us to look at the employees, I've unfortunately been in a position where I've had to lay off 200 people in one day. And I had to stand in front of them, and it wasn't, they didn't have an option for a reduction to 27%. It was a 100% reduction, and it was 210 employees in one day that I had to do. And it's not easy. It's never easy. But as Supervisor Duran indicated, we have to make these decisions based on what we believe is in the long-term best interest of the taxpayers in general. And we're being provided an opportunity to take some steps toward some good long-term savings. But I do want to do what I can to minimize immediate impacts on the folks that have been working for us. And so what I'm going to encourage is, rather than our board necessarily taking action today, for us to direct staff to take a look at, working with county council, what, if anything, might be done along those, assuming there are 3 votes to look at that option. Otherwise, we can just move forward and vote up or down on this today. But that would be my preference, is could we look at something along those lines?
Jim, then Jack.
One of the issues before us is somehow the probation department has been overseeing this program. And I know they've got a lot of more, I don't want to say more important, but a lot of other tasks that they need, they're keeping very busy with. So I know facilities would oversee the contract with Aramark. But if we didn't use Aramark, how would that work with facilities if we transferred the responsibility from the probation department to facilities?
I might take a first response to that, and then Ken could add any comments he would have. But I think in our discussions so far, one of the issues we've had in reviewing the current model, which has it housed under probation, is that with the increasing complexity and some of the law that's evolving around this, we do feel as we are approaching a point where we need to consider bringing on a nutritionist full-time and perhaps some other supportive services. Were we to keep the same service delivery model with county staff, but yet transfer it to Ken's shop, I would likely recommend that we consider some of those augmentations too. That is some of the challenge that probation leadership currently experiences, because they just requires a professional level of understanding about some of these things that, like I say, it's just outside of probation's core mission. And I would say that's true in Ken's shop too. He would need some of that additional expertise perhaps to be brought in if we keep it with existing county employees.
So you say a nutrition would have to be brought on board?
Pardon me?
A nutritionist?
Yes, and we could explore options for bringing that type of support on board. But we do think we have identified that need already as something that we do need to augment for this service area.
So again, transitioning it from probation to facilities without doing the Aramark contract.
Yes.
Would be what?
We anticipate at least half of an FTE, and that was to manage a contract where Aramark brought much of that expertise. I would say if we keep it in-house and transition it, it would likely, I'm thinking it'll be a full-time FTE with perhaps some additional support by a nutritionist and perhaps some other areas too. But that is part of what's being purchased with the potential contract to Aramark, is this expertise that they have.
So they have that built into the
yes.
contract. Okay, thank you.
Jack?
Becky, I think it would be helpful for this further discussion is to understand exactly the impact to the folks here. So that may be with some type of a generic information of what everybody's position is, how long they've been there, as compared to whether or not they're going to start at that lower wage. There may be some folks here that start at a higher wage, and I think it would be helpful to be able to see that, to understand what the true impact is going to be.
I would perhaps seek Mr. Bird's comments on this. I think we understood it. We actually explored some of that and understood it was difficult to really determine without the interview process, to determine, how their service level and experience levels would transition. So I don't know if Mr. Bird has any additional comments.
I think you could do that in a very generic way, and I would highly, highly encourage Aramark's cooperation in this regard.
Yeah.
I've read the background on everything. I understand Michigan, Pennsylvania, those things. I've read the reports, but we're talking 700. We're talking 700 meals here, not 43,000 meals. So I think it's a different equation for us as opposed to what happened back there.
I just wanted to comment that we will cooperate in any way, shape, or form we can. Going back to Supervisor Uhler's comments about supplementing the wages, we've had discussions about grandfathering in wages through Aramark. That would be outside of the current agreement that we have talked about as far as the contract, but as far as cooperation and coming up with a system that would work and not damage any parties,
there's
we're willing
deal
to do
here.
that.
It's just how do we get there?
Yeah.
And whatever, I know you're interested in doing business with the county, and like I said, I would suggest you work with Becky to kind of figure this out, so.
Becky, do we have any time frame issues here that we need to know of?
Well, other than the obvious that the stress this is causing for staff as they're trying to determine their futures and what happens, but there's nothing pressing as far as the service delivery. Staff are still showing up, doing a great job of providing services. Aramark has assured us they will pick up the contract and move things forward consistently, regardless of when the decision occurs.
So just throw out some comments before we continue on. So I think Jack articulated perfectly the dilemma when you have our jobs. It's not easy, and it's not something we take lightly. But for some framing, the county board has adopted policies that emphasize outsourcing when in fact it's a benefit to the county taxpayers, and that's a key responsibility to us. So if you start parsing where you pick and choose and make exceptions, that whole policy falls down, and it's not fair to the taxpayers. Jennifer's comments are well taken. However, in terms of there are additional costs to going through these kinds of transitions, which takes me to the place that I think Kirk's idea has a huge amount of merit, and I'm sure we can be creative and take a look at legal implications of our contracting negotiations and take into consideration some place that gets us maybe the best of what we want in both worlds in terms of long-term efficiencies, but is maybe softer landing personally and to the community for some of these transitions. So Jennifer, you got a light on?
Yeah, I'd just like to sort of second Supervisor Euler's suggestion that we not take an action on this today, but take a little bit of time to really look at this and figure out, are there other alternatives than what's in front of us today? Because it's my belief that there are other alternatives that we can get to that can do a much better job of protecting our employees' economic health, whether it's with the county or with Aramark or some other private entity. I think I'll leave it at that, but I would second Supervisor Euler's suggestion that we take some time on this. Following up on Supervisor Duran's comments, in addition to the salary piece, because the salary is just one piece of economic well-being, I would like to better understand, and I understand that it's proprietary information, much of it, but I would like to understand better benefits and retirement. I mean, I believe you said that we have a defined retirement within the county, but the 401k is offered only to managers at Aramark. I would like to understand what that really means in terms of dollars for a given employee, and I don't need an employee name assigned to it because that's not my business what they earn individually or what their retirement benefits are or what their ongoing employee benefits are. But I want to understand that financial implication. Thank you.
We can.
Maybe what I could do is see if I could assimilate everybody's comments into some direction for staff, and then everybody can tell me if I'm wrong. So idea was raised by Kirk that maybe there are some money contributions or assets that the county has that might be plugged into a transition that results in finally a privatization, though. And that it takes into consideration some analysis as per Supervisor Duran's comments about we understand that you probably couldn't do a legal interview unless they were actually your employees at Aramark in that transition, but I'm guessing, as does Jack, that there actually is a lot that can be done to get us a more explicit look at what those numbers look like. And with those things, to have more conversations and then come back to the board with maybe an option or two that better fits the comments that you heard.
Yep. Okay.
I think we're good. So
Yeah,
with that,
in that direction, I think we're clear.
Good. Thanks. With that, we are going to adjourn in a closed session. So we'll be back shortly.
The board is adjourning to closed session.
Could I have a moment, please, just for the audio?
Board is adjourning to closed session for a conference with its legal counsel to discuss three existing litigation matters that are listed on the agenda. The board will also have a conference with labor negotiators regarding both PPEO and unrepresented management employees. And finally, the board will conduct a public employee performance evaluation.
Perfect. And don't forget Chipotle for lunch.
Oh.
No, I'm the chair. Okay, there we go.
I got a quorum. The board has returned from closed session in a conference with legal counsel on the case of Jason Rogers versus County of Placer. The board authorized the defense and indemnity of the named and served county employees and waived the conflict to allow county counsel to represent the individual employees and the county. In Martis Camp Community Association versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel. In California Clean Energy Committee versus County of Placer, the board heard a report on a new matter of litigation. In a conference with labor negotiators, the board met with their labor negotiation team on PPEO and gave direction to its labor negotiation team, and met with its designated representatives on a matter of the management employees unrepresented and gave direction to its negotiating team. And finally, the board conducted a public employee performance evaluation. That concludes the closed session report.